A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better,
cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better,
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better,
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson. Friends, think back for just a minute to that last cigarette you smoked. Wasn't the taste of that cigarette the thing that you really enjoyed? Of course it was. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And many millions of smokers will tell you that Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. One reason is fine tobacco. You know, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Tobacco that is light, naturally mild, good tasting. And another, Lucky's are made better, made to draw freely, made to smoke evenly, made to give you what you want from your cigarette. Better taste. So for all the real deep-down smoking enjoyment you want, ask for the cigarette that definitely does taste better. Lucky Strike. Get a carton and be happy. Go Lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another television program with his guest stars George Burns and Gracie Allen. But right now we have a radio show to do. So I'd like to take you back to yesterday's rehearsal right here in this same studio.
All right, boys, you can relax a few moments. Say, Bob. Just a second, Jack. I'll take these earplugs out. There, that's better.
Bob, look, I hate to keep picking on the orchestra, but can't you do something about the way they dress? Now, look at those red ties.
Well, what's the matter with them?
Nothing, but they look ridiculous without shirts. And another thing, Bob, we just got to have a little more discipline around here. From now on, when we hold band rehearsals, I don't want the boys having guests up there on the stand with them.
Guest?
Certainly. Who's that fella sitting next to Remley?
Well, he's not a guest. Remley's handcuffed to him.
You mean he's a policeman?
Yeah, and you better get used to him. He'll be with us for the next 30 days.
30 days? What did Remley do?
Nothing. He's just building up credits for the summer.
Well, he'll probably need it. Now, come on, everyone. Let's get on with rehearsal. As soon as Mary and Dennis get here, we'll read through the sketch. And Don, when you introduce me on the show tomorrow, I'd like something fresh and topical for a change.
I've got just the thing, Jack. I wrote it myself.
Good. Let's hear it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the month of April. And although April showers bring May flowers, I bring you a man who looks like the last rose of summer, Jack Benny.
Don. Don. Laughing boy.
Yes, Jack.
Don, I've been called the last rose of summer before, but never by the pot. What an introduction.
But, Jack, I stayed up half the night writing it.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, you should have stayed up the other half looking through the help wanted column. Or better still, Don, put in an ad yourself saying, have stomach, will travel. Now, let's get on with this.
Oh, say, Jack.
What is it now?
Since you brought up the subject of employment, I was just wondering, well, it's probably just an oversight, but I haven't received my contract for next season.
Oh, well, you know how that works, Don. I can't send you your renewal until my sponsor renews me.
Jack, this is the middle of April. Your sponsor has always had you signed up by the end of March.
The end of March? Say, that's right. Yeah, they probably got behind their correspondence. Don't let it worry your little head.
It's not my little head that's worried. It's my traveling stomach.
Well, believe me, Don, there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure we're all going to be back together again next season. Anyway, I've been with Lucky's for 12 years, and they're not going to drop me now. If that doesn't reassure you, you can... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, everybody.
Oh, Mary.
Sorry I'm late, Jack, but I was having my hair set at Jean's.
Oh, that's all right. We have to wait for Dennis anyway.
Your hair looks very nice, Mary.
Well, thanks, Don. They do a good job, but I'm so mad at that beauty operator. Every time I go in there, she tries to talk me into dyeing my hair.
Well, they're all doing it, Mary. What color does she want you to dye it?
Well, sort of an auburn, like yours.
Like mine. Mary, my hair isn't auburn.
What about the one you got for Christmas?
I bought that one myself. I thought I was going to be a guest on Life with Father.
Say, Mary, isn't that the beauty parlor where all the movie stars go?
Well, there sure were a lot of them there today. Barbara Stanwyck, Claudette Colbert, Jane Wyman. Oh, and Jack, I had a long talk with Alice Faye.
Oh, Alice was there, too, huh?
Yeah, she was waiting for Phil to get out from under the dryer.
Oh, yes. Alice has to watch him. I remember once Phil fell asleep under the dryer and it shrunk his head. Hey, Mary, how is Phil, anyway?
Fine. He was so excited. His sponsor just renewed him for next year.
Already?
We were just talking about that, Mary. Jack hasn't been renewed yet.
Not yet? But it's the middle of April. They're 2 weeks late.
Now, Mary, don't you start worrying.
I think Jack should call his sponsor, Mr. Lewis, and find out one way or the other.
Look, I'm not making a long-distance call to New York for nothing.
But Mr. Lewis is right here in Los Angeles. I saw him on the street this morning.
You see, Jack, he didn't even get in touch with you. I knew there was something wrong.
Nothing's wrong, and there's nothing to worry about. Mary, are you sure it was Mr. Lewis?
If you don't believe me, ask Bob Hope. He was with him.
Bob Hope?
They were arm in arm. Don's right, Jack. Why don't you call Mr. Lewis?
Now, look, I'm not calling Mr. Lewis and make a fool of myself. They probably mailed the contract and it's waiting for me at home.
Gee, do you really think so, Jack?
Certainly. Give me that phone. I'll call Rochester and find out. What a bunch of alarmists. Operator. Operator.
Say, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what young at heart wants now. I'll plug in and find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, sir, hold on. He wants I should get him Rochester. Oh, I thought he was going to ask you for a date tonight. Well, that's a good thing he didn't. Frankie Remley's taking me to the Coconut Grove. Gee, that's a swanky place. I'd like to go, too. Do you think Remley could bring a friend? He has to. He has to? I don't understand. When we get up to dance, you will. Anyway, I'm glad Remley's taking me out tonight. You know, Jack never spends money on a girl. I know what you mean. Last summer, he wanted me to go to Catalina with him. Well, that's not so bad. It's a beautiful trip to Catalina on the boat. What boat? When he knocked on my door, he was carrying a bucket of grease and 2 pair of swim fins. 2 pair of swim fins? Oh, yeah. How would he know you have web feet? Now, look here, Miss Gertrude Gearshift. I'd rather have feet like mine than legs like yours. And what's the matter with mine? The last time I saw legs like yours, they were spinning in a rotisserie window. All the nerve. I never...
Gertrude!
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but the line is busy.
Oh, well, keep trying and ring me when you get Rochester.
You get the house, Jack?
The line was busy. And for heaven's sake, stop worrying. There's nothing to worry about. Now, let's get on with our rehearsal. Now, First, let's take...
Hello, everybody. Are we all here?
Yes, we've been here for an hour.
Oh.
Look, Dennis, every week you come strolling in whenever you feel like it. I don't understand. Why should 14 musicians, a sound man, an engineer, a producer, and people like Mary, Bob, Don, and myself have to sit around week after week waiting for a stupid kid?
Because that stupid kid is talented.
Jack, you're not going to let him get away with it, are you?
What can I do? Stupid is telling the truth. Now, Dennis, if it's not asking too much, how about letting me hear your song for tomorrow?
Okay, and I'm sorry I was late.
Forget it.
I would have been on time, but I got a speeding ticket for going 45 miles an hour.
Oh.
Boy, was the cop unfair.
Why was the cop unfair?
Well, how would he know how fast I was going? I ran over him.
Dennis, don't be so silly. If you ran over him, how could he write you a ticket?
He had a paper-made pen.
Now, cut that out! Dennis, you're making up this whole thing, aren't you?
Yeah, I had to have some excuse for being late.
Well, that's the craziest one I've ever heard. Anyway, you're here, so let's have your song.
Paper-made ink is leak.
Not that one! The one you're going to do on the program.
Yes, sir.
What an imagination. Secret Love, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. I know it's going to sound beautiful when you sing it on the show.
Don't be so sure.
Why not?
I'm having my tonsils out tonight.
Tonight? Dennis, are your tonsils infected?
No.
Well, has your throat been sore?
No.
Have you been catching colds?
No.
Then why are you having your tonsils out?
A doctor friend of mine is coming over, and I don't know how else to entertain him.
What?
Last time he took out my appendix.
Dennis.
If he keeps coming over, there won't be anything left.
Now, Dennis, I'm in no mood for these silly conversations with you. So why don't you just sit down? Oh, that must be Rochester. I'll get it. Hello?
I have your party, Mr. Benny. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Rochester?
Is that you, Mr. Benny?
Yeah, Rochester. Was there any mail for me today?
Yeah, quite a stack, boss. I was just going through it.
Well, keep on. I'm expecting something from the American Tobacco Company.
Okay, let's see. Here's another letter from the Edison Company, and they've enclosed that electric bill you owe.
You mean that one for $7.42?
Yes, boss. Why don't you pay it?
Maybe you're right, Rochester. How old is that bill from the Edison Company?
I don't know, but it's signed by Thomas Alva himself.
Gee, I owe him for some phonograph records, too. What else is there, Rochester?
Let's see. Oh, here's a letter on pink stationery. It's got a wonderful aroma of perfume.
Perfume?
Ah, does that smell good?
Well, Rochester, who's it from? Who's it from?
I'll see.
Rochester, tell me, who's it from?
It's an ad from the Vigoro Company. They always trick you into opening it.
Well, I'll be darned. Rochester, is that all the mail?
Yeah, were you expecting something else?
Yes, I was expecting my new contract for my sponsor. I should have had it already.
I just remembered. I saw your sponsor this morning on Wilshire Boulevard.
Mr. Lewis, my sponsor? Are you sure it was him?
If you don't believe it, ask Eddie Cantor. They were walking arm in arm.
But Eddie Cantor is a personal friend of mine. He wouldn't try to take my job.
I don't know. He was singing, Cantor is funny. He'll work for less money. Now's the time to make a change.
Look, you don't have to worry. Even if I lose my job, I'll still keep you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bad news, Jack?
Well, the contract wasn't there.
Well, why don't you call Mr. Lewis and find out once and for all?
Well, he's probably in his office at the American Tobacco Company. But, Don, I just can't come out and ask the man if I'm fired. What excuse can I give for calling?
You could tell him you'd like him to hear the new commercial. We got a dandy.
Hey, that's an idea. Don, you get the quartet ready. I'll put the call in. Are you sure that the commercial is extra good?
Yeah. Okay, come on now. Hey, fellas, sportsmen.
Operator.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Gertrude, get me Mr. Lewis's office at the American Tobacco Company and be quick about it.
Keep your shirt on.
I may not have one. I'll make it snappy.
Jack, I can't seem to find two of the sportsmen.
Well, find them. I got the call in. I want to impress the sponsor.
Mr. Lewis's office?
Hello, is Mr. Lewis in?
Yes, who's calling, please?
Just tell him it's Jack Benny, his #1 comedian.
You tell him. He'll slap my face.
Don't be funny and get me Mr. Lewis. Don, did you find the rest of the quartet?
Not yet, Jack.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but Mr. Lewis is very busy.
Well, he's never been too busy to talk to me before. What's he trying to do, give me the runaround?
Oh, I'm sure not, Mr. Benny. But on this trip, Mr. Lewis has been very busy auditioning.
Auditioning? Oh, my goodness, he's got to talk to me. He's got to.
My dear man, Mr. Lewis doesn't got to talk to anyone but Mrs. Lewis, and she's on the other line, so goodbye.
Gee, he wouldn't even talk to me. And he's auditioning already. Kids, this is serious.
Kenny Baker was smart. He got out when the getting was good.
Oh, be quiet. I just can't understand it.
Yeah, after all these years, they drop you like a cold potato.
You mean hot potato?
If you were hot, they'd keep you.
Stop being funny. I gotta think. I gotta do something.
Jack, I rounded up the sportsmen.
It's too late.
Hit it, fellas.
Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Fellas, it's too late.
Taste better.
Cleaner, fresher,
Don, it doesn't matter
Lucky
anymore.
Strike Fine tobacco, richer tasting.
Fellas, my sponsor isn't on the phone.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike.
Boys, don't waste your voice. I may not be with them. Bob Hope might be with them.
Thanks for those Lucky Strikes.
Look, fellas, I'm not sure. I said Bob Hope might be with them.
Just try one and you'll see. Oh, thank you.
Fellas, I'm not sure. Don't jump to conclusions.
Thanks for that better taste. We hate to leave you, Jack. Don't worry, you'll be back.
Boy,
a show
look, it
without
might not
those
be
big blue
Bob
eyes
Hope.
is like an empty pack.
It might be Barney Dean. I don't know. Well, I don't look at it. It might not be Bob Hope. It might be Eddie Cantor.
A lucky is fresher, a lucky is smoother.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's going to be Eddie Cantor.
For his smoking pleasures, the smoke makes you pressure. It's lucky striking
Frank Redmond. I don't know.
See that fine and light tobacco, that's a
Hackleberry. I don't know who it would be.
Lucky strike is better tasting and so pleasing.
Maybe Ali Khan. I don't know.
LSMFTN. Now's the time to light that good old lucky. Be happy and go lucky strike.
Don, that was fine, but it's no use. Mr. Lewis wouldn't even talk to me. It's all over, finished.
Well, Jack, it's still not definite.
Not definite. What do I have to do, wait for Bob Hope to come in and grab the script out of my hand? You can all kid yourself. I'm calling some of my former sponsors. They'll take me back in a second. Operator.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Look, Gertrude, I have some important calls to make. First, I want you to get me Bill Kramer. He's in charge of Jell-O at General Foods. And then you can also get the General Tire Company and the Canada Dry Ginger Ale office.
What is this, Old Home Week?
Never mind, just get them.
All right, hold on.
Boy, will that Bill Kramer be glad to hear I'm available. When I left Jell-O, he was sick about it.
I have Mr. Kramer's office. Go ahead.
Is this Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
Well, Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Oh, Jack, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Tell me, how are things gelling at Jell-O?
Fine. What's on your mind, Jack?
Well, Bill, to come to the point, I think I might be able to arrange it so I can come back to work for you people.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but we're really not thinking along comedy lines these days. We're going in more for a different type of programming. You know, music and concert stuff.
Well, fine. I do concert work.
You do?
My violin. I'll come right over and play it for you. Mr. Kramer! Gertrude, can you get my party back?
I don't think so. He pulled the phone out, cord and all.
Well, that's just great. What kind of a business is this? You don't work for people for years and they don't appreciate it.
Mr. Benny, I have your call to General Tire.
Hello?
General Tire?
Hello?
Yes?
Miss, this is Jack Benny. I'd like to talk to one of my nearest and dearest friends there. Is Mr. Randolph in?
No, he's not.
Oh. Well, then could I talk to whoever's in charge of advertising?
Yes, I'll connect you with Mr. Hotchkiss. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Hotchkiss?
Yes?
Mr. Hotchkiss, this is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes, I used to work for General Tire.
Not since I've been in charge.
Look, Mr. Hotchkiss, listen to me. If you'd hire me, I'm sure I could give you a very good show.
Not a chance, Benny. We're putting our entire advertising budget into a much higher class type of show than you do.
Oh, music and concerts?
No, old movies and wrestling.
Of all the nerve. I'll never work for them again. Gertrude, where's my call to Canada Dry?
I'm getting it, but it won't do you any good.
Never mind, just get it.
But, Mr. Benny...
Don't argue with me. Get my call.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, is this Canada Dry?
Yes, Hotchkiss speaking.
What?
You wouldn't listen to me.
Gertrude, you stay out of this. Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Hotchkiss. Didn't I just talk to you at General Tire?
That's right.
Then what are you doing at Canada Dry?
I got thirsty.
Oh, fine.
Anyway, I'm in charge of advertising for both companies. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Hotchkiss. Mr. Hotchkiss. He hung up on me. I wonder who I should try now.
Shall I call Hollywood 95264?
Who's that?
I don't know, but you may have better luck with a stranger.
Never mind. How do you like that? All of a sudden, nobody wants me. Where'll I go? What'll I do? Mary, Don, Dennis.
Don't talk to me, you have-been.
I can't understand it. I've worked so hard. I've been a big hit. Suddenly, when I'm in my prime, I'm cast aside like an old shoe. That's gratitude. After all I've done...
Jack, look who's here. It's your sponsor, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis?
Hello, Jack.
Mr. Lewis, how could you do this to me? How could you fire me when I've given Lucky's the best years of my life?
Well, Jack.
I've done great shows for you. I sold a product on the air. And in my home, too. I've done everything that could be expected of me.
Jack.
Maybe I've made some mistakes. But show business is in my blood. I can't start all over again. I'm 39 already. Jack, but if you wanted a younger man, why didn't you say something? I can be younger, too. Jack, and I'm not even so concerned about the salary. It doesn't have to be so big. Just so a little comes in every week.
Oh, will you shut up?
Huh?
Jack, you're not being fired.
I'm not? But the contract.
Oh, that's just a formality with us. Here they are. I brought them over myself.
You see, Don, Mary, Dennis, all you wise guys, I told you there was nothing to worry about. Now, let's get back to work.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
Jack, I got someone here I want you to meet. He's our new head of advertising. And from now on, you'll be taking orders from him.
I will?
Mr. Hotchkiss! Oh, no!
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in a minute to tell you about my television show, which goes on immediately after this program on the CBS network with my guest stars, George Burns and Gracie Allen. But first, here's a very important announcement. It deals with the future of America. Folks, a depression psychology could produce seriously harmful effects, regardless of whether the economic trend is up or down. An appreciation by all Americans of the opportunities created by our nation's growth would stimulate a confidence grounded on the facts needed for action toward a brighter future. So please remember, the facts about America today are the best grounds for confidence in America's tomorrow. Thank you. I'll be back in just a minute, but first, here's a word from America's foremost authority on etiquette, Miss Amy Vanderbilt.
Some of my friends tell me that in my new book on etiquette, I was a little hard on smoking. Actually, I was hard on smokers, at least some smokers. I dislike thoughtless smokers. You know, the man next to you at the dinner table who holds his cigarette so that the smoke drifts into your eyes. I like considerate smokers. For instance, I like to know that my husband is considerate enough to carry my brand of cigarette, Lucky Strike. In smoking, as in etiquette, it is, after all a matter of taste. I want a cigarette that tastes better to me than any other. That's Lucky Strike.
Amy Vanderbilt is right, friends. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. So be happy. Go Lucky. Next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Lucky Strike.
Lucky tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, George Burns and Gracie Allen will be on my television show tonight. And we think it's going to be a very... Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, George. What? Gracie isn't at the TV studio yet? Well, where is she? You gotta find her. Without her, we've got no show. That just leaves you and me. That's like 2 Abbotts and no Costello. George, you gotta find her. Goodbye.
Will Gracie show up on time for the television show? Will she come in late? Is she there now? Tune in and find out.
Oh, goody. Now we'll get some mystery fans.
Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network. KNX Radio, Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting. Fine tobacco.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson, friends. As a smoker, you know how vitally important freshness is to your enjoyment of a cigarette. Well, the makers of Lucky's know that, too. That's why every pack of Lucky's is extra tightly sealed to keep in the better taste that has made Lucky's famous. Yes, any Lucky smoker will tell you that Lucky's taste better. Not only fresher, but cleaner and smoother, too. That's because fine, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco goes into every Lucky. As you know, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And Lucky's are definitely made better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. Yes, fine tobacco in a better made cigarette just naturally adds up to better taste for you. So next time you buy cigarettes, try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A., Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and here's truly Don. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Easter Sunday, and in cities all over the country, people are parading. Right now in Beverly Hills, Jack is getting ready for his stroll down Wilshire Boulevard, as is his custom every Easter. At the moment, he's taking a shower, and Rochester is laying out his clothes.
Mr. Benny's been in that shower a long time. But he always stays in there pretty long. He'd get through sooner if he'd sing in the shower like everybody else instead of playing his violin. Well, it worked pretty clever the way he tied that brush on the end of his violin bow. I'll bet Hybrids can't play Love and Bloom and scrub his back at the same time.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
I'm through with my shower. Hand me my towel.
Your towel?
All right, the Statler's. Don't be so technical when I'm freezing.
Here you are. And here's your shorts.
Thanks. See, that shower was invigorating. You know, Rochester, since I've been dieting, I feel like a new man. I look so much trimmer, don't I?
You look about the same to me, boss.
Oh, don't be silly. I bet I lost a lot of weight. I'll get on the scale and show you. Let's see, here's the card. Let me see what it says. You would be a financial success if you weren't such a spendthrift.
Oh, scale, calm down.
And here's my weight. 102 pounds. Rochester, this scale is way off.
I could have told you that when you had your fortune.
Never mind. Let's check this scale. Rochester, you get on. See how much you weigh, will you?
Okay, let's see if I got a penny. Yeah, here's one. Well, my weight is correct.
What does the card say on the other side?
Let's see. Tell the previous fencer if he put in a slug.
Well, it's my scale. I can do what I want. Now, Rochester, did you lay out my clothes?
Yes, sir. Your blue suit is on the bed.
My blue suit? No, I wore that in the Easter parade last year. I better wear something else. Answer the door, Rochester. I'll pick out a suit.
Yes, sir.
Rochester always tries to make me look so conservative. This is the Easter parade. I should wear something springy. Let's see, what could I know, I'll wear my white suit. I bet it's as good as the year I put it away.
Boss, Miss Livingston is here.
Oh, yeah, she's walking in the Easter parade with me. Tell her I'll be right out.
Okay. What are you putting on that white suit for?
I'm going to wear it in the parade.
But, boss, I think the blue one would look a lot...
Rochester, I'm going to wear the white suit, and that settles it.
Okay.
Is he ready, Rochester?
He will be in a few minutes. Say, Miss Livingston, that's a beautiful dress you've got on.
Well, thank you, Rochester.
Hello, Mary. Happy Easter.
Happy. Jack, you're not going to wear that white suit.
Why not? What's wrong with it?
I haven't seen one like that since Admiral Byrd came back from the South Pole.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you're going to wear it, at least wipe that tomato soup satin off the lapel.
That tomato soup what? That tomato soup satin?
Tomato soup stain off the lapel.
Well, what for? From a distance, it'll look like a red carnation. Now, come on, Mary, let's go. See you later, Rochester.
Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Bye, Rochester. By the way, aren't you going out walking in the Easter parade?
Yeah, but first I got to make a call to a girl I have a blind date with. I got to tell her about a change in plans.
Change in plans?
Yeah, I told her to be on the corner of 6th and Central and look for a man wearing a white suit.
Oh, so that's why. Well, wear our blue one. It's your turn to be conservative. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Gee, there are a lot of people out walking on Wilshire Boulevard.
Yeah. You know, this is a wonderful time of the year. I know there's something in the air, a spirit of awakening, of romance. Makes me feel so young. And you know what they say, Mary? In the spring, a young man's fancy turns to love.
Give me your hand, Jack.
Gee, do you feel romantic, too?
No, we're coming to a curb, and I don't want you to fall on your face. Jack, look who's coming this way. Isn't that one of the boys in your Beavers Club?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's little Joey Hudson.
Well, hello, Joey.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Joey.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hey, dig that crazy carnation.
See, I told you, Mary.
Say, that's a mighty cute rabbit you have there.
Yes, it's my Easter bunny. I'm taking him over to Mr. Benny's house to feed him.
To my house to feed him? Why?
My father says he's got more lettuce than anyone in Beverly Hills.
Goodbye, Joey.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. You know, Mary, strolling down the boulevard today reminds me of that picture we saw a few years ago with Judy Garland and Fred Astaire.
Oh, you mean Easter parade?
Yeah, that's the one. Remember at the start of the picture when Fred was walking along Fifth Avenue singing that song, and the people answered him? How did that song go again?
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter. Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Isn't it night, Mary? They all answered it, just like they did in the picture.
Yeah.
Say, Mary, isn't that Bob Crosby and his wife?
Where?
Walking on the other side of the street.
Oh, yes.
Well, hurry up. Let's cross the street and join them.
But, Jack, it's the Easter parade, and maybe they'd rather walk alone.
Oh, don't be silly, Mary. Bob would be insulted if he thought we saw him and didn't say hello.
Say,
Say, June, isn't that Mary Livingston across the street there?
Well, yes. It does look like Mary. But I wonder who that is with her.
Well, I don't know, but from here he looks like Admiral Byrd. Say, whoever he is, he's trying to attract our attention. He's waving his hand.
Now he's waving his hat.
Now he's waving his hair. It's Jack. Yeah, I'm amazed that he's this far down on Wilshire. He usually never gets past the California Bank.
Gee, Bob, I hope he doesn't join us.
Well, why?
Well, I like Jack. But look at the way he's dressed.
Well, just keep walking straight ahead, and we'll pretend that we haven't even seen him.
Oh, Bob! Bob!
Keep walking, honey. There are a lot of Bobs.
Oh, Bob Crosby!
Keep walking, honey. There's another Bob Crosby in Encino.
Oh, Bing's brother.
He's got me.
Well, hello, kids.
Why, Jack Benny of all people. Gee, what a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, June. Say, that's a beautiful outfit you've got on. That mink stole is just exquisite.
It sure is. Is it new?
Oh, no. Bob brought it for me when he was with Campbell Soup.
With Campbell Soup?
You know, the outfit that made your carnation. Well, we better be running along now.
Yes, Bob.
But aren't you going to walk with us?
Oh, gee, we'd love to, Jack, but the kids are home all alone. We just got to get back to them. See you later.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Walking with you side by side, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Fills my chest with so much pride, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet,
Happy Easter to you.
That was nice running into Bob in June. Huh?
Yes, it was.
Gee, what perfect weather. Spring, the skies are clear, the flowers are blooming, the sun is shining.
Hey, look who's here, my violin teacher.
Bonjour, Monsieur Denis.
Well, Professor LeBlanc, this is the third year in a row we've met in the Easter parade.
You, I meet. Heifetz is always on the other side of the street.
What's the difference? We're both violinists.
Sacre bleu. If we were in France, I would challenge you to a duel.
Huh?
Yasha Heifetz. There is a musician. A man with a heart, with a soul. When he plays his violin, I hear birds in the trees, angels in paradise.
Well, what does it sound like when I play?
Riot in cell block 11.
Oh, by the way, Professor, this is Miss Livingston. She was at the house the last time you gave me a lesson. Remember?
How could I forget? She applied the tourniquet to my wrist.
Oh, yes, that was such an unfortunate accident.
Unfortunate? Yes. Accident? No.
Oh, Professor, you wouldn't do a thing like that on purpose.
Mademoiselle, when I go to give other people lessons, before I leave the house, I ask myself, have I got enough rosin? Have I got my violin stand? Have I got my music? When I go to Monsieur Denis, I ask myself only one question. How am I fixed for blades?
Now, just a second, Professor LeBlanc. Just what's wrong with my violin playing?
Oh, Monsieur Denis, if you and Kid Gavalan would only learn to use your right hand. Well, I must go now.
All right, Professor. Don't forget my lesson next Thursday, and have a nice Easter.
Goodbye, Monsieur Denis.
Goodbye. Mary, I can't understand why he hates to give me violin lessons.
I can't understand it either. You play beautifully.
Well,
Huh? Mary, that was sweet. What made you say that?
Oh, I don't know. Just an impulse. Yesterday I kicked a cop in the pants.
Sometimes you have to let yourself go, you know. Anyway, Mary, we're certainly running into a lot of people we know, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Happy Easter. Happy Easter.
You're so cute in that old white suit. Happy Easter.
Hey,
Happy Easter. My, oh me, there's so much to see at Strawberry Avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Don Wilson.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Say, Don, would you like to walk down Wilshire Boulevard with us?
Oh, I'd love to, Mary, but I'm on the other side of the street.
Oh, yes. Lift your stomach, Don. Here comes a bus. See you later. Come on, Mary. Bum, 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 bum. Say, Mary, have you got a cigarette?
Oh, sure, Jack. I have some right here. Oh, gee, I forgot to put them in my purse.
Well, here's a drugstore. I'll step in and get some.
Okay.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Razor blade, shaving cream, Kleenex.
No. I'd like to buy some...
Magazines, aspirin, sunglasses, white savers.
No. All I want is...
Seltzer, Tootsie Rolls, whiting papers.
I can't go into one store. Hold it, mister, hold it. As long as you're guessing and playing games, I'll give you a hint as to what I want. Now, what do you do that relaxes you and gives you pleasure?
I take off my girdle. What do you do?
Well, if you must know, I smoke a Lucky Strike.
Well, why didn't you say so? You want to pack a Lucky Strike?
Yeah.
There you are.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet.
Huh?
Aren't you going to open your pack of Luckies here?
Well, if you want me to, certainly. There you are. Goodbye.
Not yet.
Oh.
Aren't you going to take out a Wookie and tear it down the center?
But...
I make all my customers do it.
Well, okay. There.
See how the tobacco holds together? Wookies are made from long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco. That's why Wookie Strikes are my favorite brand.
Well, good. And thank you for showing me. Happy Easter.
Jack, you got the cigarette?
Yes. Come on, Mary. Let's keep walking.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, it's nice running into you today.
Unusual pleasure, Mr. Benny. And how are you, Miss Livingstone?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Kitzel, you certainly look nice in those striped pants, cutaway coat, and top hat.
Thank
it's
you.
just right for Easter.
Oh, thank you. But you know, I'm also wearing it for sentimental reasons.
Oh.
This is the suit in what I got married.
Oh, when you got married?
Yes.
See, that must have been about 20 years ago.
Yeah, funny how a little thing like that sticks with you.
Yes.
Oh, my, I'll never forget that ceremony. When they said, if anyone has any objection to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yes?
A voice from the back hollered, don't marry her.
Oh, my goodness, who was it?
Me, I'm a ventriloquist.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Unfortunately.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, it was a pleasure running into you on Easter, but we've got to be moving along.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Goodbye.
You know, Mary, it's always nice running into Mr. Kitzel. He seems so cheerful and...
Hey, look, Mary, there's a photographer taking pictures of couples down the street.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to have him take our picture.
Oh, no, Jack. I'm not going to have a picture taken with you wearing that suit.
All right, I'll have one taken myself. Oh, Mister. I'd like to have my picture taken.
Well, good. Just stand over there, Admiral.
I'm not Admiral Byrd. Now, how would you like me to pose?
Well, first I'd better line you up. There, that does it. Now, would you mind rolling your trousers up above the knees?
Why, do you want to see my legs in the picture?
No, but the less I get of that suit, the better.
Now, wait a minute. I've had enough insults from you.
Hold still. I've got you in focus. Now, open your mouth and smile.
Like this?
Rider.
Why do you want my mouth open so wide?
The less I get of that face, the better, too.
Now, cut that out. If you're a photographer, I'm a monkey's uncle.
You have a penis.
Come on, Mary. I'll get my picture taken some other time. How a guy like that ever expects people...
Jack, roll down your pants leg.
Well, come on, Mary. We'll walk as far as La Brea.
Bud.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Me?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mary. Yes?
What are you doing?
We're just strolling along in the Easter parade.
How far you going?
To La Brea.
That's fine.
What?
You said you was going to La Brea, and I said that's fine.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't you going to try to talk me out of it?
Not me. This is my day off.
Oh.
Well, happy Easter.
Well, same to you. Same to you. Come on, Mary.
What happened?
Nothing. It's all right. We can go to La Brea. Come on.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter. It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Dennis!
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Hey, Dennis, you having a nice Easter?
Oh, sure. I colored Easter eggs all morning, and then I hid them.
Uh-huh.
And then I told my mother to go look for them.
Ooh, that must have been fun.
Oh, no, it was a mess. The eggs splattered all over my mother's new dress, her 2 nightgowns, and 6 of my father's shirts.
Oh, Dennis, where'd you hide the eggs?
In the washing machine.
In the washing machine?
Yeah, it was awful.
Dennis, I don't understand this. Colored Easter eggs shouldn't splatter. How long did you boil them?
Oh, boil them! Dennis, Jack and I are walking down as far as La Brea. Would you like to join us?
Sure, I'm not stuck up.
Well, that's mighty decent of you.
Say, Dennis, while we're walking along, why don't you sing something?
Well, do you think it'll be all right? I mean, here on the street?
Well, sure. Everybody feels good today. It's Easter. They're all singing.
Okay. In your Easter bonnet with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
I'll be the proudest fellow in the Easter parade on the avenue, Fifth Avenue. The photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter
Ladies and gentlemen, one tiny burning ember from a campfire, a lighted and discarded match, or cigarette left to smolder or thrown from a car window can cause a frightfully destructive forest fire. So help prevent forest fires that destroy millions of acres of timberland, cripple watersheds, and blast our natural resources that are so urgently needed. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, a word from the sweetheart of Lucky Strike.
Hi, friends. This is Dorothy Collins. I'd like to take a minute of your time to talk about taste. Isn't it true that you enjoy a good, say, steak dinner because of the way it tastes? Well, I think the same goes for a cigarette. You like it because of the way it tastes. Really, friends, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Here's why this is true. First, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. And second, Lucky's are made better to taste better. Made round and firm and fully packed, made to draw freely and smoke evenly when you light one up. Think of it. Fine tobacco in a truly better-made cigarette. Don't you think a cigarette like that will bring you all the smoking enjoyment you could possibly want? Try a carton of Lucky's soon. You'll see that smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. So you be happy. Go Lucky. Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting. Fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike.
Is that you, boss? Yes, Rochester, I'm back.
How was the Easter parade?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Everybody was dressed so nice. I ran into so many people I know. You know, I walked so far my feet hurt.
They do?
Yes. I think I'll soak them in some hot water. Bring me that big pan in the kitchen.
I'm sorry, boss, but somebody else is already using that pan.
Who?
The sound man. His feet hurt worse than yours.
Oh, yes. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
Stay tuned for Amos and Andy, following immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And KNX AM and FM Los Angeles. Art Frost, 100 car sales.
Here, Nipper. Nipper, come here, boy. Over here. Speak. Louder. That's a good dog. Now sit down and listen to your master's voice.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Scharf in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, Julius disappears mysteriously, and Alice makes Phil and Frankie search for the kid. They find him in a highly unlikely place and in a most unusual condition. But more about that in a moment. First, this word from RCA Victor. You'll find everything you want in a television set in a super set by RCA Victor. See and compare for yourself. Discover, as millions have, the all-round quality of RCA Victor television. For example, ask your dealer to show you the new 17-inch Glenside ensemble. The Glenside is a distinctively styled table model with a matching consolette base. It's television with picture power. You get clearer, stronger, steadier pictures. The best reception possible in the city or country. The Glenside ensemble is low price, too. Only $279.95. And that price is complete. It includes federal excise tax and full-year warranty on the 17-inch picture tube. Buy the Glenside ensemble tomorrow. And remember, for the best installation and service, buy one of RCA Victor's factory service contracts. Ask your dealer for details when you choose your RCA Victor Super Set. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last week, Phil and Frankie moved to their summer home, the Hollywood Park Racetrack. They've been there every day since the track opened, but their luck hasn't been very good, and they've lost everything. Now, having run out of ammunition, they've come back to town to reload.
Remley, I don't know if I ought to take any more money out of the bank. I've been taking it out all week.
Well, just a little more isn't going to hurt, Curly. It'll give us a chance to recoup our losses. Now, just stop arguing and get the money.
All right. I hate to do this, but I guess taking a little more couldn't... Remley, we can't get any more money out of here.
Why not?
My kids plugged up the hole in their piggy bank.
I wonder why they plugged it up.
I guess they don't trust their mother.
Curly, don't you have any money left at all? Look in your pocket.
All I have in my pocket is this old Indian head penny. I can't bear to part with this. You see, Granddaddy's picture is on it.
Well, looks like we'll have to borrow it from somebody else. Does your wife have a piggy bank?
Don't be silly. Alice don't have no piggy bank. She keeps her money in an elephant. Life size.
You should be able to borrow it from somebody. Hey, how about your brother-in-law, Willie?
You mean old Glue Pockets? He wouldn't lend me a nickel.
He might if you would approach him nicely. Instead of insulting him like you always do, butter him up a little.
For him, butter's too expensive. I'll use chicken fat.
Oh, never mind. Let me handle him. I'll lay it on good.
Then you better get ready, Buster. Here he comes.
Good morning, fellows.
Ah, 'tis William, sweet William, the flower of American manhood. A prince among men and a gem of gems.
What's the matter, Francis? Have you got a snoot full?
Oh, what a wonderful wit. Curly, you are indeed fortunate to be blessed with an in-law such as this. Do you realize how lucky you are?
It wasn't luck. I planned it this way. Why, the day Alice asked me to marry her, I said no. And then suddenly I saw William standing in the doorway, and I knew I just had to have him as a brother-in-law.
Why, Philip, what brought this on? You never told me you liked me.
I didn't? Oh, I thought everybody knew. Why, I've told every little star just how sweet I think you are. Oh, why haven't I told you? I've told the ripples in the brook.
Curly, you can stop now.
I gotta record that sometime.
Just, what are you after, Philip?
Curly, I told you William was too smart to be taken in by your blatant flattery. Willie, I'll come right to the point. Would you be willing to contribute $20 to preserve a bit of Americana?
Certainly. Well, you know I'm interested in preserving American tradition. What are you planning to do?
We're going to build a home for the great American statesman, Eddie Arcaro.
I don't believe I ever heard of a statesman named Arcaro.
You didn't? Did you ever hear of Churchill?
Oh, yes.
Well, Arcaro is to America what Churchill is to Downs.
Oh. Well, what kind of a home are you going to build him?
A hacienda in Hialeah. It's going to be a cute little vine-covered cottage with a tote board over the fireplace and dozens of little $2 windows. And the roof will be made
Philip,
of...
are you using turfdom vernacular?
No, we're using wooden shingles. Vernaculars leak when it rains.
You can stop it. I know you want the money to bet on the races, and you're not going to get it from me. Goodbye.
But, William, Oh, there goes a nice boy. Yeah, he has all the charm of an impacted tooth. I told you, Remley, we wasn't going to get no money from him. Now, I guess we just can't go to the racetrack.
Oh, Curly, don't say that. I had my heart set on going, and if I don't, I'll just be miserable all day.
Well,
Oh, hello, Frankie. I didn't know. Oh, what's the matter with you? You look like you're wearing wet socks.
Oh, I'm unhappy because I haven't got any money to bet on the... Alice, how would you like to make an investment?
Well, what kind of an investment?
How would you like to invest $20 and get $6,000 back?
No, thanks. I'm... 6,000?
She froze in midair like a pointer spotting a covey of quail.
Sounds like a wonderful investment, Frankie. What is it?
Well, my friend Grogan has a horse running at Hollywood Park this afternoon.
I've heard enough.
Hear me out. This nag is 300 to 1, and it's a cinch to win.
Well, if the horse is 300 to 1, what makes you think he's going to win?
He's the favorite.
How could he be the favorite at 300 to 1?
He's the only horse in the race with 4 legs. Grogan takes no chances.
Neither does Faye. Now, you can count me out. I'm not giving you any money to bet on the horses.
But Alice... Now, Curly, let me handle it. Alice, will you sing for us?
Oh, I'd be glad to.
That'll be $20, please.
Well, what for?
Well, you don't think we're going to listen to you for nothing, do you?
Just for that, I'm not going to sing, and you're not getting any money.
Oh, look, Alice, all we want is 20.
That must be Julius with the groceries. Come in.
Hey, Curly, maybe we can get the money from Julius.
Well, it's worth a try. Let me do the talking.
Anybody home? I drunk the groceries.
Remley, what do you suppose this is? It's too big for Julius.
Yeah, unless the little ape has grown up into a big ape.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Julius's parents.
Which one?
I'm his father.
You see, Julius is my son. That makes me his father.
Explains things nicely, don't he?
I'm making deliveries for Julius.
Oh, that's nice, Mr. Abruzio. Did you bring everything?
I've done what you ordered. A pound of liver, a lump of pumpernickel, 3 pounds of butter, and 4 filet mignons. You people must be lousy with money. Where do you want me to put the stuff? Put it on the kitchen table.
So you're the paternal parent of Julius, huh?
No, I'm his father. You see, Julius is my son. That makes me the... Look, I explained this once. What's the matter, you stupid or something?
You know, Mr. Abruzio, I feel a little sorry for you, being Julius's father.
Why? You don't hate? I've been his father all his life, and I got used to it. In fact, I'm proud of that boy.
Why?
Well, because he's got I don't know.
Pay no attention to them, Mr. Abruzio. Julius is a very nice boy. You know, someday I'd like to meet Mrs. Abruzio.
Julius ain't married?
I mean your wife.
Oh, her. Well, she don't feel like meeting nobody right now. You see, she's a very unhappy woman.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't understand that. With you as her husband and Julius as her son, what in the world she's got to be unhappy about?
Well, she's unhappy because Julius is missing. He ain't been home for 3 days.
Huh?
Oh, gosh, Mr. Abruzio, I'm sorry to hear that. What do you suppose happened to him?
Well, I don't know. But after the things he's told me about some of his customers, I suspect foul play.
Oh, that's ridiculous. His customers are very nice people. By the way, did Julius ever tell you about me?
I don't know. Who you?
I'm Phil Harris.
Oh, the no-talent monster. He told me all about you and your best friend.
Oh, you mean Frankie Remley?
I only know him as the vampire bat. What have you two fiends done with my boy?
Now, wait a minute, we ain't done nothing with
I don't
him.
believe you. And I'm warning you. If you don't bring my boy back, I'm going to the police.
But Mr. Abruzio...
Remember? I'll give you just 24 years to retain him or I'll come on.
Goodbye. Imagine that guy. What nerve. Accusing us of doing away with Julius.
Now, he's upset, Phil. He didn't really mean that. You fellas may do silly things at times, but I know you, and I'm sure you didn't do a thing like that. Did you?
Of course not. We have no idea what happened to him.
Oh, we haven't seen Julius since Wednesday. That's the day he got in our hair. We locked him in the den closet. That was quite a gag, wasn't it, Curly?
Yeah, you should have heard him scream trying to get out of there. I'll never forget... Remley.
What?
Did you ever let him out of that closet?
No, I thought you did.
Not me. Maybe he's still in there.
You think we ought to look?
No. We find him, it'll spoil our whole day.
Now, stop talking nonsense. If he was still in the closet, he would have made a racket, and we would have heard him. So I want you two to go out and help look for him.
But, Alice, we don't...
You heard me. Go ahead, both of you.
All right. We'll look. Come on, Remley. What do you think we ought to look for that kid? The playground, the public library, or the city pound?
How about the Follies Burlesque?
Yeah, that's a good-looking place. We could go in that. No, can't do it. Alice told us to find Julius, and we're not going to a burlesque show.
But, Curly, I hear there's a girl singer down there who's excellent.
I said we're not going. Now, if you want to hear somebody sing, I'll sing for you.
Curly, it's not the same.
I'll make it the same. It'll be exactly the same, because while I'm singing, I'll shake it up a little bit. And for you, I might even drop a shoulder strap. Bill Jackson was a poor old dub who joined the Docktown Poker Club and cursed the day. Told him he would John. Oh, that money used to go like it had wings. If he held queens, someone had kings, and each night he would contribute all that coin. And he said, I'm going to play him tight tonight. Be no bobtail pleasures make me bite. He said, when I get in there, so my hands will be a peach. He played him tight and lost his pile, and Bill got peevish after a while, so he rose, looked all around, and made this speech. Says, you all see this razor? I had it sharpened just a day. Now, I'm coming in with my rules I want you to follow when you play boy. Keep your hands up on the table while you dealing, please. Don't be running them wildies in between your knees. And don't be making them funny signs like you're trying to tip off your hand just talking American, boy. American, so's I can understand. And don't be getting them off the bottom because, ooh, that's rough. Take 5, then stop. That's enough. Now, when you bet put up the chips, I don't like it when you shy. And if you get busted, go get something. I'm going to be here by and by. Pass them cards and let me shuffle every time before you deal. Let me look them over, because I love to see. But, you ain't going to play this game according to no Mr. Hoyley. You going to play this game according to me. Now, sitting right there in that there clan, they chanced to be a one-eyed man. Bill kept watching him out of the corner of his eye. One-eyed dealing then, it cost that Bill another 5 or 10. Bill got up again, looked all around him with a sigh. He said, Lord, it's an awful shame. Said, someone's cheating in this here game. Said, cause it ain't no do for me to name the guy. So I'll refrain from mentioning the party's name. If I catch him cheating just once again, I'm going to take his fist and close that other eye. Now, do you see that brand new razor? I had it sharpened just today. I'm coming in with my rules you must follow when you play egghead. Keep your bony hands up there while you're giving them out clean. Don't be running them aces down there in between your knees. Stop making all them funny signs, because you're still trying to tip off your hand. You better talk an American, boy. Big A, so's I can understand. And quit getting them off the bottom. I'm trying to tell you it's rough. This is the Army game. 5, halt. That's enough. Now, when you bet, put up the reds and blues. I don't like it when you shot. Then if you run out of gas, go get pumped up. I'm going to be here by and by. Pass them pasteboards and let me riffle every time before you deal. Let me irrigate around with them, because I want to see. But I keep on telling you, you ain't going to play this game according to Mr. Hoyley. You're going to play this game according to me. Now, Henry, if you'll break the seal on that new deck of bicycles, we'll get on from here. Yeah.
Oh, I hope they find Julius. I'm worried about him. Wonder where he could be all this. Is it possible he's still in the closet? Oh, no, that's ridiculous. But maybe I'd better look. I feel silly doing this, but it will ease my mind.
Hiya, Miss Faye.
Julius, have you been in there for 3 days?
Of course not. I sneaked in the back door a little while ago to talk to you. When I heard my old man come in, I hid in this closet so he wouldn't see me.
Well, why don't you want him to see you? He's worried about you. Where have you been?
I've been hiding out. I'm in trouble. Last week I stole a skeleton from the biology class in school.
A skeleton? Why did you do that?
For a gag. I put a dress on it and introduced it to Mr. Remley.
What for?
Well, I heard he'd go out with anything, and I wanted to find out if it was true.
Oh, Julius, that's ridiculous. Even Frankie wouldn't go for that.
Then how come he made a date with her for tomorrow night?
Oh, stop it.
He thinks Dorothy's beautiful.
Now, Julius, please, that's enough. You'd better go home. Your father thinks something happened to you, and he's worried about you. In fact, I sent Mr. Harris and Mr. Remley out to look for you.
Oh, you picked a good posse.
Oh, now, Julius, that's not nice. They're out looking for you high and low.
Yeah, and the higher they get, the lower the places they'll look. Them guys don't care what happens to me. 3 days ago, they locked me in this closet and left me here. If I didn't have sharp teeth, I never could have picked the lock.
I heard about that, Julius, and I'm sorry. You know, they should be taught a lesson.
You said it. For all they know, I might still be in this... Wait a minute. Did they know I'm not in the closet?
Well, they didn't look.
Well, then I know how to teach them a lesson. When they come back, you suggest that they look in the closet. But instead of me, they'll find that skeleton.
What skeleton?
Mr. Emley's girlfriend. When they see the skeleton, they'll think that's all that's left of me.
Oh, I get it.
I'll go out and get the skeleton.
Good. And in the meantime, I'll call your father and tell him you're all right.
Miss Faye, I'm getting kind of tired of hiding behind this sofa. When are those guys going to come home?
Oh, they'll be here soon. Do you have everything set up?
Yeah, I got the skeleton standing up in the closet.
But how did you get it to stand up?
I propped it up with a fishing pole. This should scare the life out of them guys. Wonder what's taking them so long.
Well, I told you. They're out looking for you, Julius.
Do you think they're really looking for me?
Well, of course they are. They've spent the whole afternoon looking everywhere for you. Well, the boys are probably all tired out. Here they come. Duck.
Oh, pretty girl. Like a melody. Hey, Remley, you were so right. That girl had a wonderful voice. That kid is loaded with talent.
Yeah, ain't she? I just loved it when she sang, "Powder my back for me."
And you did it, too.
Well, I had to be a gentleman.
Yeah.
Fellas, it's about time you got home. Did you find him?
Find who?
Julius.
Oh, Julius. Oh, you know something, honey? We looked everywhere. We can't find him anyplace. We looked all over.
Yeah, we looked in the balcony, the mezzanine, the lower.
Frankie.
Curly even crawled up on the runway.
Yeah, okay.
Fellas, while you were gone, I had a terrible thought. Remember what you said about locking Julius in the closet? Suppose he's still in there.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He couldn't be in there.
I don't know. You'd better look.
All right. I think it's silly, but if it'll make you happy, I'll look in the closet. He ain't in there.
Didn't you see anything in the closet?
Just the usual things, a tennis racket, golf shoes, and a skinny guy fly casting.
What was that again, Curly?
I said all I saw was... Wait a minute. There's something wrong in there.
What is it?
I don't play tennis. What's a tennis racket doing in there?
The skinny guy fly casting doesn't bother you, huh?
Oh, Curly just made that up.
Oh, I did, huh? If you don't believe me, go look for yourself.
All right, I'll look. Dorothy, what are you doing in Curly?
Dorothy? I didn't see no dame in there when I looked.
Frankie, that's not Dorothy.
Don't tell me. I'd recognize her ghastly complexion, deep-set eyes, and silly grin anyplace.
Oh, I gotta look again. Pardon me, miss, but... Remley! This ain't no dame in here. It's a skeleton.
Oh, Phil, don't say that.
Why not?
Don't you realize that skeleton must be all that's left of little Julius?
Oh, no. Hey, Remley, we locked that poor kid in the closet. Now look at him. He's just a pile of soup bones. Don't he look terrible?
I don't think so. He lost a little weight, but off him...
Frankie, how can you be so heartless with Julius in that condition?
Alice is right. Julius is nothing but bones, and we're responsible.
No, don't say that, Curly. We didn't mean to harm the kid. It was just an accident. You Think we ought to take him to the police?
No. Let's give him to the dog. Maybe you'll bury him.
Phil, you can't do that.
Why not?
We don't have a dog.
Oh.
You'll have to bury him yourself. Take him out in the yard and bury him.
Alice. I was only kidding. How can you be so callous? We can't.
Now do as I tell you. Bury the skeleton. But be careful where you dig. Don't mess up my petunia bed.
Ooh, she's a fiend. But a neat one. Let's carry this thing out and bury it.
Okay. I'll take one arm, you take the other, we'll walk him out. Curly.
What?
I don't like the way these bones are rattling.
Me neither. If anybody hears this, we might get arrested for running a floating crap game. Remley, I'm scared. This is the worst thing we've ever done.
Oh, come now, Curly. Now, let's get him out in the yard.
Julius, you can come out now. They're gone.
We sure got them scared.
Yes, and I think they've learned their lesson. Maybe you'd better go out and tell them it was only a gag.
Not yet. I got one more thing I want to do. I'm going to sneak up behind them in the dark and add the final touch.
Oh, but Julius, you've already made nervous wrecks out of both of them.
I ain't going to be happy until they're gibbering idiots. Now to sneak up on them and unhinge their little minds. This should prove very entertaining.
Hey, Curly.
What?
Wish this kid had stopped rattling.
Frankie, I don't care what Alice said. I don't think we should bury Julius.
Neither do I. I think we ought to take his skeleton to the police station.
I don't want to go to the police station.
Nobody asked you.
Yeah, you keep out of this. Curly, what'll we tell the cops?
Well, we'll tell him he locked himself in the closet and he couldn't get out.
Yeah, they ought to believe that.
I don't think they will.
Why not?
Because I'm going to tell them the truth.
Who's going to listen to you in your condition? You're nothing but a bunch of... Emily's talking.
I wondered when you'd notice that.
Curly, he's haunting us. Julius, get away from us.
Yeah, go down below where you belong. The chef's waiting for you in the barbecue pit.
That bunch of bones ain't me, you jerks.
I knew this skeleton couldn't be Julius.
Of course not. I'm alive.
Well, you ain't going to be for long. Come on, Remley. Drop that skeleton. Let's get him. Get all of them. Come on. Well, come on, Remley. Let's chase him.
You chase him. I'm going to stay here with Dorothy. Were you hurt when we dropped you, dear?
Will you come on?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. For music lovers everywhere, from RCA Victor comes another collector's masterpiece. Another must for your record library. It's the complete recording of Puccini's Tosca, starring the brilliant Maria Cornelia and Beniamino Gigli, now available on RCA Victor 45 and long play Red Seal Records. Accompanied by the Royal Opera House Orchestra and Chorus of Rome, under the direction of Olivero de Febritis, Gigli's singing in Tosca has long been recognized as one of the greatest performances ever recorded. It was made when both Cornelia and Gigli were at the height of their vocal powers. And these artists capture and deliver all the impassioned beauty and vivid drama of Puccini's melody. No music lover will want to miss it. This complete opera is available now on both RCA Victor 45 and long play records. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow. Ask for Puccini's Tosca, sung by Beniamino Gigli and Maria Cornelia, an RCA Victor Collector's Issue album.
Only by facing the problem of cancer squarely can we hope someday to conquer it. And because anyone can develop cancer, because 1 out of every 5 Americans will develop it, everyone must take an active part in the fight against it. So mail your generous contributions to Cancer,
care of your local post office. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air presents Over 21 on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. If it's free, I'll have a cup, too.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Jack Benny, yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Harry Lubin of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today we find the Burnses sitting in a booth in the Brown Derby restaurant. It seems their old friend, Jack Benny, has invited them to lunch, and they're waiting for him to arrive.
Gracie, I wish you hadn't told me, Jack. Wish you hadn't arranged for us to have lunch with Jack. It's always so embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, those lousy tips he leaves. He's been eating here 5 years, and he's yet to tip more than $1.
Well, $1 isn't a bad tip.
That's for the 5 years. Besides, if we're his guests, he'll make us order crackers and milk. The cheapest thing on the menu.
Well, Judge, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about Jack. He's always been awfully nice to me. Did you see the birthday present he sent me?
Why, no.
Well, it's a coupon which entitles me to a year's subscription to Harper's Bazaar.
From Jack?
Mm-hmm. All I have to do is fill it out and send it in with $7.
Harper's Bazaar is $6.
Well, Jack gets $1 commission.
Jack Benny hasn't put his hand in his pocket. January will be 80 years.
What can be keeping him? Doesn't he know what time it is?
No. He's too tight to buy a watch. He tells time by the sun.
Oh, George tells time by the sun.
I'm not kidding. Shh. Here he comes. Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hi, Jack.
I'm sorry I'm late, kids. These cloudy days throw me. What did I tell you? Oh, waiter, we're ready to order.
Yes, sir. Would Madame like to start with a cocktail?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink.
I meant a shrimp cocktail.
No matter how small it is, I never drink.
Mrs. Burns will have a steak, and I'll have a broiled lobster. Steak and broiled lobster? Well, they're both very good here, but as long as you're in the Brown Derby, you really should order the specialty of the house. The crackers and milk.
Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't have a steak.
Good.
I'll have lamb chops.
Well, the crackers are very crisp here. They put the crumbs in a sack so you can take them home.
I think I'll have lamb chops.
Madame will enjoy the lamb chops. We serve them with little paper panties on.
Well, don't your legs get cold?
Grace, that's our order, waiter. How about you, Jack? I'll have crackers and milk. That was a delicious meal, Gracie. Where did Jack go?
Well, the waiter refused to give him any more crackers, so he went to complain to the manager.
My gosh. He talked him out of extra milk.
Yeah, wasn't that clever? He kept handing his glass of milk to the waiter and saying, put a head on this.
And mark my words. We'll get stuck with the check as usual.
Well, George, that's your own fault. When the check comes, Jack always says, here, I'll take it. But then you always speak up and say, no, Jack, I'll get it. So he lets you get it.
That's right. He knows I'll say that.
Well, sure.
Well, today when he says, here, I'll take it, I'll just keep my big mouth shut. How do you like this place? They refuse to give me extra crackers. Just wait till they ask me to put more bluing in their tablecloth. I'll show them, you know. Excuse me, gentlemen. Here's your check. That'll be $10.30. Here, I'll take it. Well, somebody say something. That will be $10.30. You shut up. Look, George, if you want the check, I won't fight you. I don't want the check. In that case, we'll fight. You're the stingiest man who ever lived. Oh, is that so? Yes, that's so. Well, don't act so proud. You're not the first one who ever said that.
Now, please, don't get into a fight. There's no point to it.
No point to it?
You're the only two men in the world who couldn't hurt each other.
Well, I'm not paying this check. After all, Jack, you invited us to lunch. Sure, I make a nice gesture. This is a thanks, I guess.
Oh, George, let's not make a scene. Go ahead and pay the check.
All right, but I just want to say this. Jack, if you let me pay this check, you're a low, miserable, tight-fisted, conniving miser. You're a disgrace to our profession, and I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Well. Now, Mr. Burns, if you've finished, I have a few words to say. What are they? Here's the check.
All right, George, we're home now. Calm down and forget about Jack Benny.
I can't forget about it. How a man can go through life letting someone else pay his way, I'll never know.
Well, now, don't let it make you so nervous. My goodness. When you paid that check, you were so upset you could hardly get my purse open.
You know, Gracie, Jack didn't used to be this way. When we were in vaudeville with him, he was an altogether different fellow.
Say, now that you mention it, he was. Well, people used to call him Generous Jack the Plunger.
Yes, in those days, he spent money like water.
I wonder what slowed him down to such a drift.
I don't know. Maybe it was the disappointment of you marrying me instead of him. He was pretty sweet on you in those days.
Well, I liked him, too. You know, Jack was awfully good looking.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a long time ago.
Now he has to use makeup. Tell me something, Gracie. Jack Benny was a big star, young, good-looking, talented, loaded with money, and a big spender. I was just a struggling young song and dance man. Why did you marry me instead of Jack?
Oh, George, you don't have to ask that, do you?
Oh, I guess I don't.
Well, good, because I haven't got an answer.
Fine.
You know, I can't get over the change in Jack. When he was courting me, he was the most generous man in the world.
He certainly was.
Remember the night you both proposed to me?
Sure. We got into an argument, and I hit Jack over the head with his violin.
I'll never forget that night. That was 16 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. I remember Jack arrived at my house first. He brought along his violin to serenade me, and when I went to the car...
Hi, Gracie.
Why, generous Jack.
That's me, baby. Here's a couple of dozen orchids for you.
Oh, Jack, they're so expensive.
What do I care? I always say money is made to be spent. I mean, you can't take it with you. Hey, Gracie, let's go out tonight and have a big champagne party. I've had a dozen cases of the most expensive champagne flown in from France.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I don't drink.
But, Gracie, Mum's extra dry.
Well, then let her drink it. Besides, we don't want to be gone when George Burns gets here.
George Burns?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was playing Altoona.
Well, he was, but he got into an argument with the manager. He said he'd never play that theater again as long as he lived.
What'd the manager say?
That was the manager talking.
Oh, well, Gracie, I'd hoped we'd be alone tonight. There's a question I planned to. I'll tell you what. Let's go for a ride in my new car.
You bought another new car? What happened to your stuffed bear cat?
The man in the filling station admired it, so I gave it.
Jack, what kind of a car did you buy this time?
A Maxwell. But I probably won't keep it long either.
Well, Jack, I can't be gone when George gets here. He's in love with me.
Yeah, so am I, Gracie. Will you marry me?
Oh, Jack, get up off your knees. You'll ruin your new suit.
So what? I'll throw it away. It's old anyway. I've had it since yesterday. Now, Gracie, look,
Oh, that must be George. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Jack Benny, what are you doing down on your knees? I'm proposing to Gracie. But, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You? How could you support her? Who's planning to? Look, Gracie, don't marry this broken-down, vaudeville hoofer.
Well, I think George is a very good dancer. You ought to see him do that adagio dance with his girl partner. It isn't easy to throw a person 10 feet in the air and then catch them.
You said it.
But that girl hasn't dropped George once.
But, Gracie, what future has George got dancing in vaudeville? Vaudeville is dead. It's been killed.
Is that true, George?
Well, you don't expect him to confess, do you? Well, me, look at I'm a violinist. I can go in that new business called radio. Yeah? Well, listen to this. I love you, I do. You're the only girl that I'll...
Oh, Jack, when George sings, doesn't it just send you?
Yeah, but not far enough. Now, if you want to hear some real music, listen to this. You know, this is called The Flight of the Bumblebee. I've been told I play it very realistically.
Oh, you do, Jack. When you play, it actually sings.
You did say sing. S-T-I-N-K. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, here's my violin. Let's see what you can do with it. Okay. Here's what I can do with it. Oh.
Oh, George, you knocked him unconscious with his violin. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You might have broken a string.
I'll teach him to try to steal my girl. Oh.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
What happened? Where am I?
You're at my house, Jack.
Who are you?
I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these orchids, remember?
I bought all those orchids?
Yes.
I must be nuts. They cost a fortune.
But you're generous Jack the plunger.
Plunger, schmunger. Money doesn't grow on trees.
But, Jack, you always say you can't take it with you.
Sister, if I can't take it with me, I'll find a way to send it. And you'll get a bill for these orchids tomorrow. Good night. It all
comes back to me now, Gracie. From that night on, Jack Benny was a tightwad.
Yeah, it was that blow in the head that did it. George, do you realize what this means? It's our fault that Jack is stingy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, then it's up to us to change him back. Yeah, I've got it. Hit him over the head with his violin again.
Yeah, that might do it. But I can't do that again.
Why not?
Well, we were young guys then. I can't hit a man with gray hair.
We'll take it off.
Beautiful morning. And really, friends, what a beautiful, wonderful morning it is when breakfast starts with fragrant, cheering Maxwell House coffee. How about it? Have you discovered how much more enjoyment there is in every cup of Maxwell House? Do you know why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the entire world? Well, the answer, of course, is flavor. Yes, rich, heartwarming, good to the last drop flavor that no other coffee gives you. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And finally, they round out the blend with Bucaramangas for fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue tin. Not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I had a talk with Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. He says the blow on the head might turn Jack Benny into Generous Jack the Plunger.
Oh, wonderful.
But he says we'll have to create the same situation we were in 16 years ago.
Oh, but George, he was proposing to me when you hit him. He can't do that now. I'm married to you.
Well, you'll have to pretend that we've split up and that you're single again. You get Jack to give you a date.
Oh, well, maybe he won't do it. I'm not as young and pretty as I used to be.
Oh, Grace.
Huh?
Gracie, you haven't changed since the day I married you. You're young, lovely, sweet, desirable.
Oh, thank you, George. You haven't changed either.
I haven't?
No, you felt the same way about me then.
Yeah, well, run along and see Jack.
Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Jack.
I suppose you came over to apologize for George's behavior at lunch yesterday.
Well, no. Why should I care what my ex-husband does?
Ex-husband?
Oh, didn't you know? It was in all the columns.
Well, I haven't been getting the paper lately. The Colemans have it brought right into their house now. So you and George have called it off, huh?
I'm single again. I'd even have a date if a very attractive man asked me.
I'd love to ask you, of course. I'm not as attractive as I used to be. Huh?
Yes, you are, Jack.
Oh, go on. I'm much older than I was then.
Oh, no, you're not. You're still 39. How come you've never married, Jack?
Oh, I guess I've been waiting for you, Gracie. Is there's still a chance for me?
Well, maybe. You used to say that the girl you married would have everything. Mink coat, Cadillac, diamonds, and all the money she could spend. Do you still feel that way?
Certainly. That's why I want to marry you. You've got all those things. Gee, Gracie, we were meant for each other. Now, how about it?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You'll have to court me first.
Again?
Uh-huh. Call on me tonight and bring the orchid.
But I did all that.
That was 16 years ago.
Well, didn't you save them? You know, they keep forever in the icebox.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a lot of the things you gave me. I keep them pressed between the pages of the book. You brought me such nice flowers.
I used to bring you candy, too.
Yeah, I wish I could get that book open.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Gracie.
Yeah, well, it's a date, Jack. And be sure to bring your violin.
Okay. Shall we have an evening with Beethoven?
No, come by yourself. Oh, it's worked, George. Jack said he will come courting me tonight, just like he did 16 years ago.
That's great.
Now, we want to duplicate that night exactly, so you arrive after Jack has been here for a while.
Just a minute. I like the idea of leaving you alone with that old gray wolf. Might try to kiss you.
Oh, George, relax. He's bringing his violin.
So what?
So by the time he carries that over, he'll be all tired.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the drugstore. See you later.
Oh, kiss me goodbye.
Okay.
George, have you been carrying violins?
No, just the rosin. I'll see you. Well, here I am, Gracie.
Oh, Jack, how nice to see you.
Gee, this is just like old times. Do you still like flowers?
Love them.
Well, here you are, baby. Here's enough flowers to fill this room.
Oh, how nice, a package of seeds.
I mean, after all, it's spring. You know, half the fun of flowers is watching them grow and seeing them raise their tiny green heads. Which reminds me, George won't be around tonight.
Yes, Jack, he might drop by later.
Well, I better get down on my knees and propose to you right now before he gets here. Darn it, I'm too late. I heard a door open.
That was your knee. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, Jack Benny. What are you doing down on your knees? Never mind. Just help me up.
Jack was about to propose to me, George.
Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You married her once. Give somebody else a chance.
Well, George, if you're proposing, get down on your knees like Jack.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling? Two fiery lovers bidding for my hand.
George, does this cold floor bother your rheumatism? It's murder. And I found some stuff that's awfully good. Really? What is it? I've tried everything. It's a new liniment. Works wonders. That's for me. My knees have been killing me. Isn't the rainy season just torture? Oh, I must get that liniment. I'll let you try some of mine. Will you?
Oh, some fiery lovers. We'll have to honeymoon at the Mayo Clinic. Boy, you're proposing to me, remember? Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Where's the... George and Jack Benny down on their knees? What goes on here?
Well, can't you guess, Phil?
Somebody dropped a penny, huh? Guess again, comedian. Bill, we happen to be proposing marriage. Well, I hope you'll be very happy together. Would you like to drop back in about 2 weeks?
Oh, not me. I want to stick around and see who asked who what and what the answer is.
Bill, Look, Dimples, we're proposing marriage to Gracie. You see, George and Gracie aren't married anymore.
Gracie, is this true?
Well, yes, Bill. I'm single now, but George wants me to marry him again, and so did Jack Benny. I can't decide between them.
Can't decide between them. Gracie, this is your chance to marry one of the biggest stars in the country, a man with a great future in television.
Yes, I was good, you know.
Not only a great talent, but loaded with personality, charm, good looks.
Blue eyes, don't be a fellow.
Gracie, you lucky girl. This is your chance to marry me.
You? Scram, Bill, you're lousing up everything. Pay no attention to him, Gracie. I'm asking you to be the mother of my children.
How many have you got?
None yet, but in a couple of years or so, I'm sure we'll hear the patter of little feet.
Well, marry me, Gracie, and we'll hear the patter of little feet tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sure, you'll be running back and forth to the kitchen bringing me Maxwell House coffee. Think how happy we'll be, Gracie, with rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee from morning till night.
Well, if you're going to get commercial about this, you can marry me and feel her level best.
Oh, you serve Maxwell House coffee too, huh? Isn't it great, Jack? You know, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection.
Bill, I meant that if Gracie married me, we'd have plenty of lucky.
Lucky?
Yes, what do I work for?
Darned if I know. You got all the money in the world. See, Liz, you can buy Maxwell House by the carload, and Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee. Always good to the last drop. How about it, Gracie? Will you marry me?
Well, I'm sorry, Bill, but it's between George and Jack. But don't feel bad. Whichever one I choose, you'll be the best man at the wedding.
Well, obviously. Don't lie. Now, how about it, Gracie? How about it? Will you marry me? No, she's going to marry me. But, Gracie, George has no future. I mean, radio's passé. I'll be a sensation in that new business, television.
Well, so will George. In fact, I've heard lots of people say that television would collapse without him.
They said it would collapse without George?
That's right. They said that George single-handed is holding up television.
I wonder how they meant that. Look, I know how to settle this, Gracie. I'll serenade. George, hand me my Stradivarius. This violin is a Stradivarius? Certainly. I got it from Sam Stradivarius, the pawnbroker. Oh, Sam. Now, let me have it.
Well, you heard him, George. Let him have it.
I'll be glad to. Oh.
Well, it happened just like it did 16 years ago.
Better. This time I hit him before he played. What happened? Where am I?
Well, you're at my house.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these seeds, remember?
I brought you a package of seeds? What a cheap thing to do. I'll call the florist and have him bring you $100 worth of orchid. Gosh. And a potted plant for your father here. George Byrne. Oh. Well, let's all go to Ciro's and have a champagne dinner on me. Mum's extra dry.
Hasn't that poor old lady had a drink yet?
Gee, what's happened to me? I'm spending money like crazy, and I can't stop. That's right. You're generous Jack again. Again? You mean I've been this way before?
Well, sure. You used to be generous Jack the plunger. Then George hit you over the head with your violin, and you stopped spending money.
Getting hit over the head with my violin made me stop spending money? That's right.
Jack, put down that violin.
Jack, stop hitting yourself over the head. Jack!
Good things. The easy way. Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we will have as our guest Robert Montgomery, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I want to thank you for that magnificent tribute, but weren't you over that big hero you were talking about? Treacherous icebergs, terrifying monsoons. Hey, I've never even trapped a monsoon. Although I saw one once at a zoo.
Jack, you're thinking of a mongoose.
That's what I mean, Don. You see, during the First World War, I was a jerk that happened to be in a sailor suit. That's all. And say, Don, I haven't seen you since we went off the air a week ago Sunday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, Jack, I'm going to start a picture in a few weeks, so I thought I'd take off some weight working on my ranch.
Oh.
You know, I've lost 2 pounds off my stomach already.
Off your stomach, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Don, if you look back over your shoulder to see if your heels are run down, on the way you may come across those 2 pounds. If you want to lose weight, brother, you better diet.
I guess you're right. By the way, Jack, what have you been doing since our last broadcast?
Well, you know how tired I was after my illness and everything, so I went to Palm Springs and got out in that old sun for a few days. Don't you notice the tan on my face, Don?
Yes, you do have a nice color, Jack, but what are those round white spots just above your eyebrows?
The white spots? Oh, that's Rochester's fault. He's so careless.
Why? What happened?
Well, you see, I was taking a sun bath, and I gave Rochester $50 to go out and buy me some cigars. And when he came back, I was asleep, so he laid the change on my forehead. 3 dimes. That accounts for the pawn shop effect. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. My goodness, where have you been?
Oh, I took a little trip to Palm Springs. Don't I look good?
I'll say. You look 50 years younger.
You mean 15?
I know what I mean.
Well, I really feel swell. Take it from me, Don, for a healthy vacation, there's nothing like a week in Palm Springs.
Oh, you're right, Jack. It's wonderful. What hotel did you stay at?
Hotel? Well, I didn't exactly stay at a hotel. You see, Don, I sort of wanted to rough it, be close to nature. You know, get right out there in the desert.
Where'd you live, in a gopher hole?
No, I didn't live in a gopher hole.
Don't tell me you went to that same dump you stayed at the last time.
Mary, if you can call the Happy Hour Auto Court a dump, then I give up. In the first place, it's got a nice, homey atmosphere.
Any place you hang your hair is home to you.
Don't listen to her, Don. The Happy Hour is really one of the nicest auto courts west of the Mississippi.
Who runs it, Jack?
I told you, Happy Hour, Miss Hour's brother. Oh, it's a lovely spot.
And it's right in Palm Springs, huh?
Well, it's not right in Palm Springs, is it, Mary?
No, it's closer to Boyle Heights.
It is not. Don, you must have passed it lots of times. Look, when you leave Riverside, you turn off that side road where the barbecue stand is. You know the one that has that little red-headed cashier?
Oh, you mean Babette?
Yes. She's a... Well, anyway, you turn off on that road, and on the left-hand side is the auto court. Oh, you can't miss it.
Oh, I know. It's that place right next to the goat farm.
That's it. That's the place. When there's a west wind, you get $1 off your rent. I only had one lucky night. And listen, Don, if you want to live in a nice, refined place, you stop at the Happy Hour.
But, Jack, isn't it a little too far from Palm Springs?
Why, no, it's only a 10-minute walk.
Go on, it's 15 minutes to the bathroom.
Not if you know the shortcut. And by the way, Don, they have a lunchroom at the Happy Hour, and here's a little tip for you. If you happen to go into the lunchroom, don't order the number 4 breakfast.
Why not?
Because it's $0.10 more than the number 3. And the only difference is that on the number 3 breakfast, the girl always says, "We're out of ham." But on the number 4 breakfast, she says, "We're out of ham, sorry." I found that out the first day.
Tell them about the waffles they serve, Jack.
Oh, well, that's just a novelty.
What about the waffles, Mary?
They've got numbers on them so you can play bingo till your eggs come.
Listen, Mary, it's those little touches that make Happy Hour's place unique.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on a...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I feel fine now.
That's good.
But I sure got stinking last night.
Stinking?
I fell in a manhole.
Oh, well, for a minute, kid, I thought you meant you'd been drinking.
Gosh, no. I promised my mother I wouldn't drink till I was 21.
Well, how old are you now?
She won't tell me. Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on Friday night instead of Sunday?
Yes, it does, Dennis. And tonight we're doing a guest broadcast for a different product, too. By the way, Dennis, do you smoke Camel cigarettes?
I sure do. And before that, I used to roll my own.
Oh, roll your own like a cowboy, eh? That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, the grape nut flakes kept falling out all the time.
Well, I should have my head examined for not telling you to sing the minute you walked in. You might as well do it now.
Are you disappointed in me, Mr. Benny?
No, you're stupid and you came through. That's disappointed. Now go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Hold it, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Wen Niles.
Wen Niles? Say, aren't you a little confused, Jack? We had the Hope Show last week. I'm Ken Niles.
Oh, well, tell me, Ken, are you Wen Niles' brother?
Well, I'm not sure. I have so many brothers. You see, there's Yen, Glenn, Len, Ben, and Titikatum.
Titikatum?
Yes, T is for Titikatum. And also for taste and throat.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Your own T-zone proving ground for Camel's rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness.
You mean your mother actually named her children Ken, Yen, Len, Glenn, and Ben?
Yes, Jack. First Yen was born, and Mom said, "Oh, dear, now I've got an awful yen."
I see. Ooh.
And if you, too, have an awful yen for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camel. Because Camel's extra flavor helps them to hold up pack after pack. Now, after yen came blend.
Blend? What does that mean? Well, I thought Don Wilson was corny. Go ahead.
I don't know what blend means in a baby, but in a cigarette, the blend means everything.
I see.
Camels, of course, are a matchless blend of costlier tobaccos. And that's why they're so cool smoking and slow burning.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels. Get it back tonight.
Thanks, Ken. And now let's have your song, Dennis.
You could hear a pin drop there in the crowd. One look at you. First thing I knew, I stumbled on a cloud. Softly as a raindrop that's falling from a treetop, I listened to my heart throb right there before you. What a lovely meeting there in the heart. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside. Say hello, not dating. How else has anything explained it? For you could hear a pin drop when love dropped in.
Yes, sir, that was You Could Hear a Pin Drop, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Take a bow.
Well, I take it.
Oh, sit down. And now, folks, going from the ridiculous to the nauseating. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Sorry I'm late, pal. I bet you thought I'd never get here.
I prayed for it. Well, tell me, Phil, how do you like broadcasting on Friday for a change?
I don't know. How much change am I going to get? That Harris is phenomenal with a capital F tonight.
You corny. But on the level, Phil, don't you think Sunday is a pretty blank day now that all the comedians are off for the season?
What do you mean, all the comedians? Fred Allen is still broadcasting.
Phil, calling Allen a comedian is like slipping a rocking chair under Gypsy Rose Lee and calling her Whistler's mother. Allen a comedian. Look, fellas, anybody can get laughed with that stuff Fred Allen does every week. Take that Allen's Alley, for instance. There's nothing to it.
What do you mean there's nothing to it?
I mean, it's a surefire formula. Now, look, every Sunday he goes around, knocks on doors, and asks a question. I'll show you. Give me that clothespin.
What are you going to do, Jackson?
I'm going to put it on my nose and make off like Fred Allen and take a trip to Benny's Boulevard. Now, Mary, you be Portland Hopper. Dennis, I want you to be Socrates Mulligan. And Phil, you're Falstaff, the highbrow poet. All right, Mary, let's go. Wait till I get this clothespin on my nose. Where? That's it. Go ahead, Mary. Start it.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny!
Well, what is it, Seattle? As the broom said to the dustpan, what do you hear from the mop? I ad-libbed that, folks. I'm always ad-libbing.
Mama says if you don't stop ad-libbing, someday you're going to say something funny and surprise everybody.
Oh, your mother.
Have you got a question for Benny's Boulevard, Mr. Benny?
I certainly have, Seattle, and this is it. Who is the funnier comedian, Jack Benny or Fred Allen? And here we go to Benny's Boulevard to investigate. Well, here we are at Benny's Boulevard.
Is this near Allen's Alley, Mr. Benny?
I can't tell. I've got this clothespin on my nose. Well, let's find out what John Doe has to say.
Oh, it's you again.
Good afternoon. Now tell me, Mr. Doe, do you listen to radio?
Only the commercials. You know what they talk about what they're selling.
Well, what about the show itself that follows the commercial?
Well, by the time that starts, I'm already down at the corner buying the stuff.
I see. Then you wouldn't know who's a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Nah, all I know is
I see. Now, Seattle. Now, Seattle, we'll see what Mrs. Nussbaum has to say. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who do you think is the funniest comedian on the radio?
Well, my first husband liked Abbott and Castellanos.
That's Costello.
And my second spouse is liking Fibber, McGee, and Becky.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who is your favorite comedian? Is it Jack Benny?
You should live so long.
Are we going home now, Mr. Benny?
What are you holding your nose for?
Shall I tell them, folks?
Seattle, behave yourself. Now to find out what Socrates Mulligan thinks. He lives right here.
Yeah?
Well, Mr. Mulligan, get this one, folks. Well, Mr. Mulligan, I'm here to stew with you. I'm an ad-libbing fool. Now, Mr. Mulligan, I'm going to name two comedians, and you tell me which one you prefer. First, Fred Allen.
Oh, he makes me laugh.
And what does Jack Benny make you do? Seattle, we're not getting any place.
Try this next house, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Welcome, friend. Pray do come in. Falstaff's here, and I ain't 10.
You ain't fat either. There I go with another ad-lib. Falstaff, tonight. This thing is killing me up here. Falstaff, tonight. Tonight we have a brand new question for you.
That is precisely why I'm here.
That's precisely. Precisely.
I have written a poem.
Then precisely was right.
Have you heard? This isn't a blackout, Uncle Mo. You bought that hat too big.
No, I haven't.
Or I've saved the gloves that Mother wore when she knocked out Gunboat Smith.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. My question tonight is this. Who do you think is a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Allen is corny. He's nasal, he's dull. Benny's the same with no hair on his skull.
But all that I asked was for you to compare us.
For a Sacco comedian, just give me Phil Harris.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we wave goodbye to Benny's Boulevard as two pretty waves wave back. This ad-libbing will be the death of me. See what I mean, folks? And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, pardon me. And now, ladies, at least I can take it off. Alan can't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a custom on every Camel program which we as guests are proud to observe. This is it. Time to send thanks to the Yanks of the week, Americans who have distinguished themselves for heroism in the battle area.
To the twin brothers, 29-year-old machinist mates, John and Rolla Cordell of Durham, Oklahoma, who have just been cited by the Navy for heroism aboard the carrier Lexington. In the Battle of the Coral Sea, both the Cordell brothers remained far below decks, in the engine room of the fire-swept and explosion-rocked carrier, refusing to leave their posts, remaining in the darkness, smoke, and heat until they were exhausted. We salute you, first-class machinist mates John and Rolla Cordell. And in your honor, the makers of Camels are sending to our Navy men in the South Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
On each of the 4 Camel shows, we'll salute another Yank of the week, and on each of them send 300,000 camels to men in his battle area. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. Camels thank the Yanks in this country with the 3 traveling camel caravans, which since 1941 have given free camels and over 2,000 free performances to audiences of nearly 3 million servicemen.
was Cabin in the Sky or Something, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, by the way, Phil, I meant to ask you, were you and your boys playing at the California shipyard over in Wilmington last week? No, why? Well, I was passing by there, and I thought I heard... No, I guess they were just riveting. They're very busy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Oh, say, Mr.
We're going...
What? Can I speak to you a minute?
What is it, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but you made a mistake in my check for our last show a week ago Sunday.
A mistake in your check? No. There was no mistake, Dennis. And now... folks...
But you deducted $2.75. What was that for?
Dennis, if you remember, when you sang your song on our program... There was an 8-bar rest right in the middle of it. Any resting my cast does will be strictly on their own time. Sorry, kid.
But that's the way my song was arranged.
I docked the arranger, too. There was no favoritism. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack.
What?
Here's $1.50. I'm going to the powder room.
Don't be facetious. That's good there, wasn't it? Don't be facetious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Take It or Starve players will present an original detective mystery entitled The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Who Picked Mrs. Pike's Teeth. Now, Mary, you're going to play the part of Mrs. Pike, who owns a pig.
Is the pig a pup?
No, Mrs. Pope has a pup. You're Pike with a pig.
Has the pooch got a pouch?
No! Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I've got you down for the part of a fat butler.
But remember, Jack, I've been on a diet and lost 2 pounds.
That's what I said. You're part of a fat butler. Now, I will play the lead, Police Captain O'Benny of the Homicide Squad. And, Dennis, you're going to be one of my assistants. And you're going to be hard-boiled and calloused and tough, like I am.
You tough?
What are you laughing at?
You're the only guy I know who has to break a piece of toast over his knee.
Well, I like it real crisp. And, Phil, you're going to be my other assistant.
But I'm a poet, old boy. Have you heard? I brought Dad his pipe and slippers as they strapped him in the chair.
Now, cut that out. Let's see, we got to have somebody to play the part of Mrs. Pike's chauffeur. I know, Rochester. That's okay. I'll call my house. Mary, give me that phone.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Number, please.
Hello. Give me Crestview 7071.
Crestview 7071.
Yes.
It may take a little time. I'm a new operator here.
That's all right. It's all right, miss. Give me Crestview 7071.
I tried to get a job driving a bus, but they told me I was a streetcar type.
Well, that's too bad. Get me Crestview 7071.
I got a sister working at Lockheed, but do you think she'd think anything about me?
She might. Why don't you ask her? Look at Crestview 7071, please.
I told her last night at supper, Gertrude, you're a louse.
Look, miss, all I want is Crestview 7071. Now, will you please get it for me?
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Thank you. Fine service. Got a good mind to call up.
Hello?
Hello, Crestview 7071?
No, this is Hempstead, 3853.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is Morrow's Fish Market. I'm new here.
Well, look, I want Crestview 7071.
I'm just working here temporary till my wife gets her strength back.
Oh, well, look, thanks just the same. Look, I want to get Crestview 7071.
Seems funny, me in a fish market. Don't tell anybody.
I don't even know you. Morrow's Fish Market. He wishes he wasn't a fish market. Goodbye. Everybody telling me their trouble. Give me that other phone, Mary. I'll dial the number.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hope Rochester's still awake. Said he wasn't feeling well and might go to bed early. Poor fellow, he didn't look good either. Hello?
Oh, Satchmo, where are hiya, the party's in full swing.
What?
Josephine, the whole gang are here. Mr. Benny won't be home till midnight.
I see. Well, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh, get off my lap, Josephine. I gotta think fast.
Now, Rochester, when I left the house a few hours ago, you told me you had a splitting headache and you were going to bed early. What happened?
It ain't my fault, boss. Some of my friends pulled a surprise party on me for my birthday.
Rochester, your birthday isn't till next month.
Well, we gotta get rolling, don't we?
I see. Who all is there?
Well, there's my cousin Sam and his wife.
Uh-huh.
And my friend Sylvester and his sweetheart.
That's 4.
No, 3. This is one of them eternal triangles.
Oh.
Then there's Josephine.
That's your girl.
No, she came with Sam.
I thought you said Sam came with his wife.
That's right.
What's right?
Josephine is Sam's wife.
Now, what is she doing on your lap?
I don't know. Do you want to talk to Sam?
Look, I don't want to talk to anybody. Now, look, Rochester, you lied to me, so that party of yours will have to break up immediately. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Have you heard? Said the candy jam to the Virginia ham. Here comes a fork. I think I'll scram.
Rochester, goodbye.
So long, boss.
Wish they'd stop with those. Have you heard? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our mystery drama will go on immediately after another song by Dennis Day.
Pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something again?
Oh, of course. What's the matter with me? Go ahead, Ken.
If that new recruit you know writes that they've sent him after dehedral oil and he can't find it, don't try to mail him any because there's no such animal. And that's why they send recruits after him. Just send him a carton of Camel, the cigarette that's first in all the services, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens, where the men spend their own money for cigarettes. You'll like Camels, too. They do have more flavor, and it's that extra flavor that helps Camels to wear well. Keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery drama, The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Cherchez la Wolf. Take it, Don.
The Case of the Stolen Dog, starring Don Wilson as the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a fiend.
That's not it at all.
The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny playing solitaire. Curtain, music.
Now, let's see. There's the jack of clubs. Here's the 7 of hearts. I'll put the 7 of hearts on the jack. No, that would be cheating. Or should I?
Hey, Cap.
Yeah?
What's the idea of playing solitaire with handcuffs on?
I don't trust myself. I need the ace of spades, and it's up my sleeve. Now, let's see.
Is that the phone, Cap?
It ain't these bell-bottom pants. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You say there's a peeping Tom looking in your bedroom window from across the street? I'll take care of that immediately. Well, Sergeant Harris.
Yes, Chief.
Pull down that shade. Now, let's see. The 6 of hearts goes on the black king. Oh, I wish I wouldn't do that. But how else can I win? Answer the phone, O'Day.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Now, listen, Lefty. Me and Butch will meet you in back of the First National Bank at 4th and Main in 5 minutes. Bring a hammer and chisel and plenty of dynamite.
You've got the wrong number, mister. This is the police station.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I see Lefty, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was that, O'Day?
Wrong number. Somebody wanted me to bring dynamite over to the First National Bank.
Well, if you get a chance, you could... Dynamite? That's robbery, you dope. I'll have to warn him. Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank at the corner of 7th. Never mind. That's the 12th time time this year they've blown up the First National Bank.
Once more, and it's bad luck.
Oh, shut up. Now listen, O'Day. I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Flatfoot. Are you busy right now?
No, why?
This is Mrs. Pike talking. I got a job for you.
What's the trouble, Mrs. Pike?
Well, I sent my dog out to get the paper this morning, and some rundown heel stole him.
Oh, what kind of a dog was he?
A peak.
Where do you live, Mrs. Pike?
On the corner of Polk and Peck.
Fine. Hold everything. I'll be right over.
Well, I'm alone here, so keep those handcuffs on.
Don't worry, madam. We'll be there in a few minutes. And we'll find the crook who stole your dog, or my name ain't...
Calling car 54. Calling car 54. Wipe off your windshield. Someone's stealing your C card. That is all.
Trouble with safety glass. Can't see through them. Step on it, O'Day, and we'll find Mrs. Peck's poop, or my name ain't... This is the house, men. Let's break down the door.
But, Cap, the door's open.
Well, let's close it and then break it down. Right. We're the law.
Good evening, gentlemen. May I take your coats and hatchets?
Who are you?
I'm the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a thief.
You're a butler, that's all. Now, where's Mrs. Pike?
Walk this way, gentlemen.
I wouldn't walk that way if I had 3 feet.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, Harris?
Have you heard? He entered his draft board unafraid because he was chairman there.
Harris, stop it. We got a case to solve.
How about this one? That dentist say to the new toupee, you'll still look young when I'm old and gray?
Now, cut that out. What's the matter with you guys?
This is Mrs. Pike, gentlemen.
How do you do, Mrs. Pike?
Hello, Cap. Let's sit down on the chaise and lounge.
We haven't time for that, Miss Pike. Now, tell me exactly how your dog was stolen.
I told you I sent him out to get the paper.
You always send your dog out to get the paper?
No, I generally send my husband, but this morning he happened to be murdered.
Oh, so the dog went for the paper. Was he excited or anything?
I told you he was murdered.
I mean the dog. Was the dog excited?
No, he just jumped over my husband's body and went for the paper.
Then your husband was lying dead on the doorstep.
Yes, I left a note in his teeth for the milkman.
I see. And if we can find the man who murdered your husband, we've got the dirty rat that stole your dog. Now tell me, Mrs. Pike, is there anything else I should know?
Yes, have you heard? It said the girl with the mug to the Indian thug, let's go steady, and he said, ugh.
Please, Mrs. Pike, I've got work to do. Now, first I'm going to search this house. Hey, Cap, there's a noise coming from that closet. Yeah. What's in that closet, Mrs. Pike?
Linen.
Just linen, eh? Well, I'll find out. Just as I thought, a man. What's your name?
Joe Lennon.
Well, start talking, Joe. What do you know?
He just got back from a burlesque.
Quiet, Mrs. Pike. Now, Joe, we got the goods on you, so you might as well come clean.
All right. I'll confess. I did it. I tell you. I wanted to do it for years, and I finally done it.
You done what?
I killed Mrs. Pike's husband.
Husband. Who stole the dog? Was it you?
No, please believe me. I didn't even see the dog. It's her husband I wanted to get, and I got him.
Oh, well, there's no use talking to you. Get back in the closet. Now, Mrs. Pike, are you sure that when your dog went out of the house... What was that?
Look, Cap, someone tossed a rock through the window.
A rock?
And there's a note on it.
Let me have it. This may be a clue. Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Cap?
It's a note from your dog. Get this. Don't think I'm lost, because that is folly. I'm just in love with a great big collie. Fine Fido. Well, that solves the case, men. Let's go.
What about Mrs. Pike's husband?
Shall we arrest him? Yes, he'll go to the laundry. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to give this salute from the makers of Camel to the United States Navy, But for a while, I was puzzled, too. I asked some of my friends in the Navy what words anyone could say that would stand up to the day-in and day-out Battle of the Atlantic, Macassar Straits, the Coral Sea, Midway, and the Battle of the Solomon. You know what they said? They said, send your salute to the men and women on the jackhammers and the drill presses and the turret blades. Tell them that those are their battle stations. There is where they meet the enemy. Don't give us words, the Navy said. Give us ships and planes. Give us guns and shells. There'll be time for words and cheering when victory comes, and our ships are riding in Tokyo Bay. Now there's time for work and only for work. You're doing a great job. Keep it going. That's the kind of Navy you've got, Americans. Let's back them up with everything we have. Thanks and good night.
This was the second in a series of 5 special programs presented by Camel Cigarettes and dedicated to our fighting forces. Tonight, Jack Benny and Company appeared through the courtesy of their sponsors, General Foods, makers of Grape Nuts Flakes. And tonight's script is by Eddie Boulogne and Bobby O'Brien. Climb aboard the Camel Comedy Caravan next Friday in a salute to the United States Coast Guard, starring Rudy Valley, Dorothy Lamour, Victor Borga, Bill Thompson, who is the old-timer on the Fibber McGee and Molly program, and the King Sisters. Camel Cigarettes bring you 4 great radio shows each week. Tomorrow night, Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. On Monday, it's Blondie. Thursday, Gary Moore, Jimmy Durante, and Xavier Cugat. And next Friday, the Camel Comedy Caravan starring Rudy Valley. And remember, Camels have more flavor. Yes, smoke a pack yourself, and you'll see that Camels have more flavor. The extra flavor that helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Get a pack tonight. This is Ken Niles saying good night for Camel Cigarettes. First in the circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up, look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
Men
shave with a lather or brushless shave cream. Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier. 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse, then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
If you work for an individual, it doesn't take him very long to figure out whether you're worth the salary he pays you. Whereas if you're employed by a partnership, it takes a little longer to be fired because you have to convince 2 people you're no good. But if you're working for the government and your salary comes from millions of taxpayers, it might take years for them all to get wise to you. Which is the logic that convinced our young hero Dennis Day he belongs in a civil service job. So, when this morning's paper announced that examinations were being held at the City Hall today, he immediately decided to talk it over with his girlfriend, Mildred.
A civil service job, Dennis? Well, I don't know.
Oh, I tell you, it's the only kind of a job to have, Mildred. Something steady. Take old man Clancy down the street. He was a technician with the Department of Sanitation for over 20 years.
Oh, really? Well, he must have been a pretty valuable technician.
Oh, I'll say he was. Believe me, it was goodbye dirt when Clancy lowered the broom.
But, Dennis, would you want that sort of job?
Well, why not? I want the people of this town to look at me and say, by George, there's no flies on that boy, and if I get a job... Gee, a job like that might not do it, huh?
I hardly think so.
Well, there's plenty of other good civil service jobs open. Here, just look at that list in the paper, and you'll find that...
Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children. What's so interesting in the paper there?
Oh, we're looking at the civil service list, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis wants to go down and take an examination.
Really?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when I was a young man, I too thought I'd become a servant of the people.
Yeah?
But then I married Poopsie and became hers instead.
But, Daddy, Dennis hasn't done any studying or anything, and those examinations are usually pretty difficult.
Oh, he'll get by, especially if he mentions his war record. They're very partial to ex-servicemen, and Dennis was in the Navy.
Oh, gee, that's right. And, Dennis, didn't you tell me yourself the Admiral took a shine to you?
Oh, I think you misunderstood me, Mildred. I said whenever he wanted one, he took his shoes to me.
My, that wasn't a very important war job, was it?
All I know is 4Fs used to sneer at me.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to stick to the exact truth. Now, if the subject of your place in the war effort comes up, you can exaggerate a little.
Okay, I'll tell him the Admiral shined my shoes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, don't worry. I'll think of something. See you later. I'm off for the City Hall.
I'll go to the front door with you, Dennis.
Auf Wiedersehen, my boy.
Thanks. I got a feeling I'm going to need it, too.
Let's see now. I better get to my own work. Well, what'll I do first? Sew the ruffles on the bedroom curtains or put the wash in the bender? Oh, well,
Herbert!
Hi, Bunny Fur. What is it?
The newspaper's right there on the table. Didn't you see page 1?
Huh? Well, no, Oh, my goodness gracious. Mrs. Clara Anderson nominated to run for state assemblywoman on reform ticket. Poopsie.
Yes. And look, there's my picture right on the front page.
Isn't that rather daring if you're after votes?
What?
Well, I mean, newspaper pictures are so bad, Poopsie. They don't bring out your true beauty.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, sure. I know how to handle myself.
Well, of course, I'm not elected yet, but I'm going to try awfully hard, and that's what I want to talk to you about. You see, you're the husband of a public figure now, and you've got to behave accordingly.
Oh, yes, of course, Poopsie, yes.
You're not to be seen smoking or drinking. No gambling of any kind. No poker games. No burlesque shows. You understand the impression I want to create.
Oh, sure. You want people to think I died, but you love me too much to bury me.
Herbert, I want no levity. I am going to be an assemblywoman. Understand?
Yes, little gravy train.
I tell you, I'm worried, Frank. Did you see who that darn Reform Party's running for state assembly? Here's a picture of their candidate on the front page.
This? I thought they were going to run a woman.
That is a woman. Mrs. Clara Anderson. And she's got plenty of backing.
Yes, it takes up practically the whole picture. And who are we picking to run against her?
Oh, that's the problem. We gotta find a candidate to beat this Anderson woman. We need someone who won't catch on to what we're pulling in that assembly. Somebody really honest and really stupid.
Well, if he's the first, naturally he's the second. I'll help you figure somebody out in a minute, Chief. There's a young fellow in my office waiting to take a civil service exam.
Well, get rid of him in a hurry, will you? I'm expecting a call from the governor. And he'll want to know who our man is.
You're right. Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, young man.
Oh, I didn't mind.
Good. I'm a little pressed for time, so I'll have to give you an oral or verbal examination.
Oh, that's okay. Either one's all right with me.
Thank you. Name, please?
Dennis Day.
State of birth?
Naked.
I mean, what state of the Union were you born in?
Oh, New York and New Jersey.
New York and New Jersey?
Yeah, Daddy's car ran out of gas in the middle of the Holland Tunnel.
Very interesting. Now, what party are you affiliated with at present?
Mildred Anderson.
Ooh, I just knew if I kept wading through the normal ones, I'd finally find one like you.
What?
And to think I nearly took today off to play golf. What's your occupation, Mr. Day?
Looking for work.
No. When you are working, what do you do?
Stop looking.
You don't say. Mr. Day, all I'm trying to find out is what sort of work you think you may be qualified for here.
Oh, well, what kind of jobs do you have open?
Well, I have the alphabetical list right here. Let's see. Here's agriculturist. Have you ever done any growing, Mr. Day?
Oh, naturally, I wasn't always this size.
Oh, you doll, you.
Pardon?
We also have an opening for an aviation mechanic. You know anything about airplanes, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. I flew my own plane for a long time, but then I gave it up.
This time, let me guess. The rubber band broke, huh?
Gee, how did you know?
You think I don't know a pattern when I see one? Now then, here's another.
Oh, Frank, the governor's on the phone. He's fuming because we don't have a candidate. What do I say?
Well, how do I... Wait a minute. What am I talking about? There's your candidate.
Where?
Right there.
Huh?
Remember what we said we needed? He's in spades.
Him?
But can he get both? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Young man, were you in the war?
Oh, you bet. And what's more, I was on our side.
Well, bully for us. But did you do anything really big in the service? You know, heroic.
Oh, no, sir. I was just... sure. I once captured a whole German submarine single-handed.
You what?
Sure. There I was on my PT boat, see? I could hear the U-boat commander talking on my radar. Achtung, Kriegsstation, machen Sie fertig, Kabine Nummer 1. 1 Minuten, 1 Minuten.
Dennis, will you please calm down? Now, what do you mean politics?
Well, it's true, Mildred. It's like a dream. I'm going to run for state assemblyman.
What?
Sure. And I got a wonderful chance, too. My opponent is just some frowsy old bat who... Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello.
Hey, did you hear the news? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just marvelous?
I have some news for you, too, Dennis.
Yeah?
Your opponent happens to be me.
You?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, I didn't know, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, they just said it was an old bat. They didn't say which one. Gee, I'll resign right away. I'll just drop right out of the race.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Huh? I just had the world's most brilliant idea.
How's that for a speech, huh, Mildred? When your mother tells me to go out and lose boats or else, I really lose them, don't I?
Well, you actually told the affiliated labor union you were in favor of the 24-hour day and the 7-day week?
Sure. And then I got him really mad. I told him John L. Lewis's eyebrows were falsies.
Well, that should certainly take care of the labor vote.
Oh, wait till you hear how I got rid of the women's vote. I said, members of the Weaverville Ladies Club, if I am elected, I will outlaw girdles, fake eyelashes, lipstick, powder, and rouge. It's about time us men can see what we're getting before we got it.
Good golly.
Next, I took care of the men. Gentlemen, I said, we men have had the upper hand long enough. For years, we've made the women do the housework and have the babies. When I'm elected, we men will take over the housework immediately. The other problem, of course, may take a little working out.
Mother ought to be very happy with those speeches.
Oh, I'll say. This election will be held in Texas. Your mother could beat me now without a single guitar lesson. She's a cinch. I haven't got a chance to...
You, Dennis Day, you.
Huh?
Look at this paper.
Oh, my goodness. Dennis Day bandwagon rolls towards certain victory.
But I don't understand. Those speeches I made...
That's just the trouble. They printed your speech to the men on the women's page. Your speech to the women in the sports section. And your speech to labor in the Wall Street Journal. Now everybody's behind you.
Holy smoke.
And that isn't the worst of it. Not one public opinion poll has picked you to win.
I'm a cinch.
This is my last warning, young man. If you win this election, so help me, you'll be the most disassembled assemblyman ever assembled in an assembly. And I mean every word of it.
Oh, Mildred, what do I do now?
You're going to lose that election, and today.
What? But how?
Look, you're supposed to make a speech at the Civic Auditorium this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get up and pretend you're so drunk you can't see straight. Then they'll never elect you.
But, Mildred, I don't know how to act like a drunk. The strongest drink I ever had in my life was one glass of half and half.
Half and half?
Yeah, half Coke and half yummy yogurt.
But people would think you drank if they found the evidence on the stand right in front of you, wouldn't they?
Huh?
Listen, we'll go out and get some hard cider,
Yeah?
slice some lemons in it, and it'll look just like iced tea. And everybody will think you fixed it that way to avoid suspicion.
Oh, my gosh.
When they find out what it really is, goodbye election.
Yeah, and my reputation, too. Can you imagine? Hereafter, I'll be known as the Phil Harris of Weaverville. Oh, well, it's my only chance. Come on. Gee, it does look like iced tea, doesn't it?
Sure. When they find out it's really hard cider, you won't get a vote in the whole...
Oh, I'll get it. Yes?
Hello, I'm Katz on the bugle.
Oh, really? I'm pretty solid on the ukulele.
I mean, I'm a reporter, Bud. Mrs. Anderson home?
Oh, I don't know.
Here she is, Mr. Katz.
Oh, are you the reporter from the Bugle?
Why, yes, ma'am. My editor says you have a new slant for an interview.
I certainly have. This is my opponent, Dennis Day. I want you to ask us both questions on the same subject and publish our answers. I think it should just about settle the election.
But, Mrs. Aniston, I got to get over to the auditorium.
This will only take a minute. We'll sit right here at the table, and then we'll... Oh, how nice. A pitcher of iced tea.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Aniston.
Just mind your business, Mr. Day. All right, Mr. Katz, you may proceed with the interview. Oh, do have some iced tea first, though. It's delicious.
No, thank you. All right, we'll start with you, Mr. Day.
Mrs. Aniston, you better stop drinking that iced tea.
Pay attention to the man, Mr. Day. You're being interviewed.
Yes, and do try to relax a little, Mr. Day. I've never seen a candidate so stiff.
Just stick around, brother.
Tell me, Mr. Day, what do you think of the recent proposal to have parking meters in the downtown shopping area?
I think it's ridiculous.
You do? Why?
Why let meters park there when there isn't even enough room for the cars?
You sure said something that time, and I wish I knew what. Well, let's hear what you have to say on the subject, Mrs. Anderson. I see you've been sitting there quietly, sipping your iced tea and smiling to yourself. Well, Mrs. Anderson, what's your opinion? How's that?
I beg your pardon. Did you ask me something?
Yes, about the proposal to install parking meters on Main Street.
Oh, yes. Well, as you would find by examining my record, it was I who first proposed to install marking seaters on Paymeat. That is of string markers on Peter's Peak.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so sorry. I meant to say I'm strongly in Maine of parking at installations. I mean stalling at Peter's. Peter's. I think it's a crummy idea.
What?
Better have some more iced tea. Got a frog in my throat.
Mr. Anderson, quick, grab that tea away from her.
Huh?
Hurry, one more, and that frog is going to be able to lick its weight in wildcats.
What on earth are you
Just grab it, that's all. Good, that's it.
You'll have to be quieter, Mr. Day. Or I warn you, I shall put you and your twin brother out of this house.
Twin brother, are you crazy?
Naturally, you defend him. There are two of you, too.
Huh?
That's the trouble with this town. Too many sneaky people. Can't trust them. They come in the middle of the night and move your house down to the carnival.
They don't do anything like that, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't lie to me. This house is on a merry-go-round right now.
Holy Jehoshaphat, is this Dame Kate?
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Boy, what a story for the latest engine.
Hey, Mr. Wait, you...
Some election. One candidate an alcoholic, and the other one anonymous. You're both washed up, and I'm getting out of here. So long.
Oh, my head. What?
I tried to stop you from drinking that tea, Mrs. Anderson. Boy, you're orange pico to the ears.
Huh?
Those tea leaves were 86 proof.
You mean... Oh, when I sober up, Dennis Day, will I give you a hangover?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, no, please.
My chances for the election ruined. A splitting headache. Herbert, bring me a glass of water. Herbert, didn't you hear me? I said bring me a glass of water.
Oh, go soak your head.
What?
You heard me. brother, this is what I call iced tea. Yoo-hoo! Let's roll out the barrel.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure. New charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. And then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
And now, in observance of the coming Easter morning, here's Dennis to sing The Holy City.
Last night I lay a-sleeping, there came a dream so fair. I stood in old Jerusalem, beside the temple there. I heard the children singing, and ever as they sang, methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, lift up your gates and sing. Hosanna in the glad hosannas, little children sang. The sun grew dark with mystery, the morn was cold and chill, as the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill, as the shadow I saw the holy city beside the tideless sea. The light of God was on its street, the gates were open wide, and all would might enter, and no one was denied. No need of moon or stars by night. night, nor sun to shine by day. It was the new Jerusalem that would not pass away.
National Sunday School Week is being observed from April 11th to the 17th. There's a Sunday school in every neighborhood in our country. Why not permit your child to enjoy the great American privilege of an early religious education by sending him there? Good night, everybody, and happy Easter.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's Magic Blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Spring came to Ivy a few days ago, and in spring, as we all know, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love, just as it does in summer and autumn and in winter. Sometimes it doesn't turn lightly at all, but with a resounding crash, and as in many crashes, it's the innocent bystanders who are most shaken up. No bystanders are more innocent this evening than Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, Ivy's president, and his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English stage. It's shortly after dinner, and Dr. Hall is in his study. Mrs. Hall enters and says,
Was it you making all that racket just now, Toddy darling?
Yes, I was feeling a bit chilly and thought I'd build a fire.
Oh, well, why didn't you?
Well, having cleaned out the ashes, broken up a crate for kindling, and carried in 3 huge logs, I don't feel chilly anymore, just overheated. But don't go yet, Vicky. I've got a problem.
What is it?
Well, I've arranged all the papers on my desk neatly, sharpened all the pencils I could find, changed the ribbon on my typewriter, and cleaned the keys. Now, what else can I do to put off the moment when I have to go to work?
Oh, Toddy, now please buckle down to it. Otherwise you'll be up half the night, and it isn't good for you.
All right, my dear. Very well. Here I go. Hooray, an interruption. I mean, isn't that just too bad? About to... Hello, Dr. Hall speaking. Who? Oh, no, not at all, Brooks. What is it? Yes, of course you may come over. Where are you now? In a few minutes, then. Goodbye.
Who was it?
Young Brooks. Sounded very upset.
Isn't it Professor Quincannon's job to attend to students who sound very upset?
Well, it's little enough for me to do for Ivy's star athlete. But speaking of Professor Quincannon, we had lunch together today, and he reminded me that it is March, and time for us to prepare for our annual kite-flying competition. Won't you come out and watch us?
Well, of course I'll come. But isn't this annual kiting contest among the Ivy faculty a bit juvenile?
Oh, tradition, my dear. As an Englishwoman, you should know about that. England is full of delightful traditions. For example, in the year 1043, an archer stumbled, let loose a shaft which took the King's Chamberlain's prize pig in the left flank, and every year on March the umpteenth, a fast courier rides from Wolverhampton to Windsor Castle with a broken bowstring and a flitch of bacon. That sort of thing.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Like celebrating your American Independence Day by shooting off Chinese fireworks.
Anyway, you know, Professor Quincannon is still convinced he beat me last year because I didn't use the correct amount of string.
Oh, yes. You used too little, didn't you?
Oh, not at all. 900 feet to every 10 square feet of lifting surface. It's a mere matter of correlating the aerodynamic factors with the weight and tensile strength of the string. I worked it out mathematically.
You certainly did. Toddy, when Brooks comes, you will make an effort to keep it short and get to work as soon as you can, now won't you?
Oh, as I promised. But it's important that I see him. Between now and the Easter recess, when the students get a chance to blow off steam, is the most difficult period of the school year. I must do what I can to ease the strain wherever it appears. Yes, what is it, Penny?
Excuse me, sir, but you asked me to look for your kite.
Oh, yes. You found it?
Yes, sir. It's in the attic.
Is it in good condition?
Oh, yes, good as new, except in some respects. I used the cloth for cleaning rags last summer, sir.
Oh, well, that can be replaced. As long as the rest of it's all right.
Oh, it is, except for the frame. I had a need of kindling for the fire last winter.
Oh, no.
And the rest of it is just as you left it.
What rest of it?
The tail, sir. Oh, excuse me, the doorbell.
If it's Mr. Brooks, Penny, send him in.
Yes, Mum.
Don't be upset, Toddy. Penny wasn't deliberately destructive.
No, she's quite impersonal about it, but so is an earthquake. And the consequences are just as devastating. However, if I remember correctly, I've another old kite in the cellar somewhere. And Oh, come in, Brooks, come in.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Good evening.
Hope I'm not interrupting something.
No. We were discussing nothing more important than kite flying.
Oh, yes. I remember watching you and Professor Quincannon on the Commons last year. He, outflew you, didn't he?
Well, yes, it so
if
happened
I may
that
suggest, sir, try using a little more string this year.
Thank you. But I've taken the trouble to work it out mathematically.
William, may I remind you that there's a desk full of work waiting for you?
Oh, yes. Well, what can I do for you, Brooks?
Would you prefer to speak to Dr. Hall alone?
Oh, no, ma'am. I haven't come to talk about myself. It's about my roommate, Merton Savada.
Oh, yes, you remember Savada, Victoria, the child prodigy?
Of course.
Has some friction developed between Savada and you, Brooks?
Oh, no, sir, not at all. As a matter of fact, I think he likes me very much. And I know darn well I like him. He's an awfully good kid, sir.
I rather thought putting you two together was a good idea. It seemed like a natural combination, considering your experience as a counselor in boys' summer camps and his extreme youth. How old is he, by the way? 15?
Yes, sir. And working for his M.A. in physics.
Yes. Well, is Savada in some difficulty?
Yes, sir. I didn't realize it at first. He's such a funny combination of grown-up man and little boy that he takes a lot of figuring out. But he's been acting so strangely the last couple of days.
In what way?
Cutting classes, something he never did before. And sitting up writing almost every night, all night.
Writing? Writing what?
You wouldn't say. And he'd lock everything away in his trunk when he was finished.
Well, now, that's very selfish of him, wasn't it? Who does he think he is to want a little privacy?
Oh, no. Mrs. Hall, I wasn't trying to be snoopy. But I'm worried about the kid. He's in a tailspin, and I want to snap him out of it.
Well, I think that's very commendable, Brooks. That's what roommates are for, to take turns acting as lifeguard when the other member goes off the deep end.
Well, anyway, this morning I found this stuff in his wastebasket. Here.
No, thank you. I'd rather not read it, Brooks. Not being his roommate myself, I must respect his privacy. Just tell me, in general, what it is.
Poetry.
Oh.
Love poetry. It's sickening stuff.
Oh, you men. Well, I've known a lot of boys who wrote poetry. Some of it to me, too, if I do say so myself. And very few of them got fitted for straitjackets. And leave the boy alone. He'll recover.
Well, that's the point, Mrs. Hall. He'll recover too late. I found him packing his trunk when I got back from dinner. He was leaving school. I'm afraid some little bobby soxer has been giving him a rough time.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, I think it's beautiful. It's tragic, but it's beautiful.
I don't know, Victoria. I can only see the tragedy. No schoolboy romance should require such a drastic solution. This takes it out of the comic Valentine class and makes it a serious emotional problem. Where's the boy going, Brooks? His parents are in New Zealand, aren't they?
Yes, sir. He hasn't seen them for 2 years. His father's attached to the American embassy there. But I think he has an aunt and uncle living in Washington.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Merton Savada here to see you.
Oh, well, I suppose you'd better show him in.
Is there any way I can get out through the rear of the house? I don't want the kid to think I've been going behind his back. I mean, especially since I have been going behind his back.
Well, I'll show it to you.
Goodbye, sir, and thank you.
Goodbye. Don't worry about Savada. Trust me.
I do, sir.
Mr. Savada, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Savada.
Good evening.
This is an unexpected pleasure. Please, sit down.
Thank you. I'll be brief, sir. And then I'll ask a favor, if I may.
Of course. Feel perfectly at home.
I do feel at home. After all, we're both men of the world.
Quite so.
I'm leaving Ivy, sir, tonight.
Oh? The curriculum is not satisfactory?
Perfectly. You realize, sir, that I took my A.B. at Columbia last year.
Yes.
And in one more year, I'd have my master's degree here at Ivy. It's got nothing to do with the school, I assure you. It's just that I'm in an emotional situation that cannot be resolved. Une affaire de cœur. A matter of the heart.
I understand French, Savada. I want you to know that I respect your feeling and your resolve, but that I don't think you ought to consider leaving your studies until you've explored every other possibility, including the asking of advice from an older man. Won't you tell me about it and see if I can help?
Well, I'm in love for the first time in my life. Never even considered it before. Career first. Everything else second was the way I saw it. Ha!
Doesn't the lady return your love?
She doesn't even know I exist.
You've never told her how you felt?
No, sir. It wouldn't help. You see, she loves another man.
Well, you can't be certain of that, until you ask her.
I never thought of that.
Ask her, my boy, ask her.
But what about the other man?
Oh, he'll have to take his chance, just as you do.
You're very wise, sir.
Oh, no, not at all. Now then, would you care to tell me who she is?
Your wife, sir.
Would you mind repeating that?
Your wife, sir. And that brings me to the favor I want to ask. Before leaving, have I your permission to speak to her?
My wife? Mine?
I can understand this comes as a shock to you, and that you naturally wish to discuss this with her before I see her. With your permission, sir, I'll withdraw for a half hour or so and speak to her when I return. Good evening, sir. And thank you.
Vicky! Vicky, where are you? Vicky! Vicky!
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman will be back in a moment. Right now, there's just time for you to hear how one man tumbled onto something very interesting.
My friend Jim is always saying, you haven't lived till you've been on skis. Well, I'm inclined to look at it the other way around. Staying alive had always come to me easy, until the day I let Jim talk me into a pair of skis and send me plummeting downhill with no visible means of support. You'll love it were his parting words, but there again we disagreed. Halfway down the hill, I met a sapling, thus ending my short, unhappy career as a skier. I limped back to the lodge where the doctor said it was only a sprain. However, Jim blamed himself for my downfall and kept clucking over me like a mother hen, bringing me pillows, magazines, and several bottles of Schlitz beer. I'd never tasted Schlitz before, but the good things I've heard about it had me smacking my lips before I tried it. My first swallow told me that here was a beer that more than lived up to its advance notices. Here was a beer so fine, not even a radio announcer's best adjectives could do justice to its flavor. Yes, getting acquainted with Schlitz was more than worth the few bruises that brought it about. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, where a triangle has developed on the quadrangle, we find Dr. Hall torn between amusement and concern as he says,
Have you any idea of what you're going to say, Victoria? How you're going to carry it off?
Not the slightest, William. Well, I suppose I could say, I'm sorry, Merton, I'm already bespoke. But I'd like you to think of me as your sister. That's a little wheaty, isn't it?
But the word is corny, Victoria. Well, first you say, how do you do? Then you say something about the weather. Then after that you just improvise.
Now, why couldn't I have thought of that?
Oh, my dear, I'm certain you'll handle it very well. You've met situations just as difficult with tact and dexterity.
Name one.
Well, the faculty tea, for instance, a few days after I first brought you to Ivy. You told me you'd never been so fearful in your life.
Oh, I remember. Oh, Toddy, I was so afraid they wouldn't like me. I thought to myself, one look at me and Toddy's career suffers a 30 or 40-year setback. An actress in these sedate surroundings. And a musical comedy actress at that.
Well, I don't mind telling you now, after so many years, that it was a crucial moment in my life, too. Will you ever forget that short walk from our house to the faculty club? It was an evening in May, as I recall, and you seemed perfectly all right, until we closed our front door behind us, and then... What is it, Vicky? Why have you stopped?
Oh, please. Let's go back into the house. I simply can't face all those strangers.
They're not strangers, darling. I've known some of them a dozen years.
Well, I've hardly been here a week, and I've never seen any of them before in my life. Please, Toddy, we can telephone. We can make some excuse.
Now, darling.
It's going to be dreadful. There'll be a murmur of conversation until I appear, and then it will die away as that battery of eyes converges on me. Toddy, I just can't go in there and open cold.
Now, look. How would you like me to go in first? Doing a buck and wing. I can be singing, hello, hello, there's going to be a show. That might warm them up.
Toddy, don't laugh at me. Not when I'm feeling so inadequate.
Ah, you've no reason to. They'll all adore you. You'll be the loveliest woman present.
I can imagine how much the wives of the faculty members will adore the loveliest woman present. Toddy, let's go back. Well, at least let me change my gown.
But it's a beautiful gown.
Yeah, but it's too beautiful. Let me change to something simpler. But brogans and a pair of overalls, perhaps. I just don't want to be resented. I'm the strange bird in the barnyard, and I don't want to be pecked at.
Vicky, you're not going to be pecked at. You are impeccable. Ho, ho, ho. No, darling. You're going in wearing that gown, and everyone will gasp with admiration, and I'll be the proudest man there. Sailor, I have spoken. Now, give me your hand.
I feel as though I were on my way to the gallows, and I didn't even have time to eat a hearty meal. And I've forgotten everything you've told me about who's who.
Well, the head of my department is Dean Gurney. He resembles a bilious pigeon.
Oh, yes, you told me. I remember I associated his name with crusts of bread,
yes,
because one does feed pigeons crusts of bread, doesn't one?
That's right.
Well, thank heaven I'm certain about one thing. One does feed pigeons crusts of bread. How do you do, Dean Gurney? Do have a crust of bread.
No.
merely associating. And then I should say to him, please introduce me to your wife. I've heard so much about her.
No, I wouldn't, darling. Inasmuch as she left him to marry a prize fighter, I feel it would strike rather as silly. I told you, don't you remember?
No. Oh, Toddy, I don't remember anything. Not anything at all. What shall I do?
Vicky, I love you. One unkind word or glance directed at you, and I shall ask the entire faculty to step outside en masse. And remember this, my darling. No appointment, no job is worth more to me than the smile on your face, the happiness in your heart, and above all, the gay and gallant spirit that is Vicky.
Darling, thank you for buckling on my armor.
Well, we're in for it now, darling. I've rung the doorbell. Now, just remember that faculty wives are merely...
Toddy, darling, that's our doorbell, and you didn't ring it.
I didn't? You mean you did? Ah, brave girl. Now you're getting yourself in hand.
No, Toddy. That's our doorbell. Come on home, dear.
Home? Well, then what is... Oh, our doorbell. Yes, well, Penny will answer it. I'm sorry if I was being absent-minded again.
That's all right, Toddy. But next time, don't squeeze my arm quite so hard. Mr. Savada will think you've been beating me.
Savada? Oh, yes, good heavens. I must get out of here. It'll be less embarrassing for him if he doesn't see me.
Oh, Toddy, please don't go. Yes, get me out of this.
You trust me, Victoria. I'll think of something. I hope. Somebody's got to think of something.
Mr. Savada, Mum.
Yes, thank you, Penny. Well, come along in, Mr. Savada. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
It's, lovely weather, isn't it? May I improvise you... may I get you some milk and cookies?
I'm not a child.
I'm sorry.
Please don't be sorry. I wouldn't hurt you for anything in the world.
Well, thank you. You're very gallant. I've been told you're leaving school. Why?
I think it best. Staying here near you is... Well, I'm not made of marble, you know. If I thought there was even a remote possibility. But there isn't, is there?
Well, I think not. Aside from every other consideration, I happen to love my husband deeply.
I don't see how you can.
You don't?
No. Why, he's old enough to be my father.
How old do you suppose I am?
Just the right age. Victoria. I may call you Victoria, may I not?
Yes, please do.
Victoria, what does he have that I haven't got? I'll match my IQ against his any time.
Well, it's not a question of intelligence, Merton.
Maybe you think I couldn't support you. I have assets. I'm writing a book, and I could sell my butterfly collection, and I get a regular weekly allowance.
Wait, it isn't that at all, believe me. I know, we all know, how capable you are, and what a fine career you're certain to have.
Do you think he's handsomer than I am? Because I can promise you that someday I'll be just as distinguished at the temples as he is. Runs in the family.
Yes, I'm sure of it. I consider you an extremely presentable young man. And I know that someday you'll meet the right girl and be very happy. And then I hope...
Then there's nothing I can say that will make you reconsider.
Merton, tell me, what did you imagine a relationship with me would be like?
I know what it would be like. I've thought of it 1,000,000 times.
Tell me.
Well, you'd always be around. And you'd wave to me when I left for school in the morning. And we'd go to theaters and concerts together. And I'd tell you things, and you'd tell me things. And it would be so wonderful.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
Are you really?
Yes. Merton, tell me something. But look deeply into your heart and reflect a moment before answering.
I will.
Is it really a sweetheart you want? Isn't it really a mother? There. Come on now. That's it. You're all right. Come over here. Take my handkerchief. Give me your hand.
Oh, Mrs. Hall. Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I know how it is, Merton. Believe me, I do. Well, I used to cry myself to sleep for a mother I never knew. I lost mine when I was still a baby. Now, at least you have a mother.
Yes. I guess that's right. I suppose it's childish to be so lonely.
No, it isn't childish at all. Well, I think one has to be pretty self-centered not to be lonely. But now that you realize that it is just loneliness...
Well, Victoria, and how did... Oh, well, excuse me. Hello, Savada.
Hello, Dr. Hall. Well, the reason I was holding your wife's hand, Doctor, is...
No, please. That requires no explanation, Savada. The impulse to hold my wife's hand is practically universal. And I didn't mean to intrude. I just came in here to... what did I come in here for? Oh, yes. I was mending a kite, and I wanted some string from the desk drawer. Some kite string. It was in this desk. I'm sorry if I seem to be babbling.
William, there are miles of string in the kitchen. Ask Penny.
Well, I won't require miles, darling. I'm not trying to break the record, whatever it is.
It's 21,120 feet.
What?
The altitude record for kites. 21,120 feet.
Oh.
Established in November 1905 at the Prussian Aeronautical Observatory.
Thank you. Are you a kite flyer?
No, kites are for children.
Really?
I think you're wrong, Merton. Dr. Hall is certainly not a child, and he finds it most difficult at times to fly them.
Probably uses the wrong amount of string.
I do not use the wrong amount of string. I use approximately 900 feet to every 10 square feet of lifting surface.
Too little by far from what I know of the theory.
Well, indeed, let me tell you something.
Merton, now, please, may I suggest that instead of merely discussing it, you both go out to the fields tomorrow morning and there determine who is right and who is wrong.
Well, now, that seems... Isn't he leaving school?
Are you, Merton?
I suppose I could put it off for a day.
It may take weeks to settle this matter. What do you say, Merton? Can you put off leaving for more than one day?
I guess so. I mean, yes, of course. We can go out together every Saturday morning, all three of us.
Exactly.
I think I'll stay.
I'm delighted, Mr. Savada. Confused, but delighted.
Well, come along, dear, and sit down.
Thank you. I trust, Savada, you won't think me intrusive if I hold my wife's other hand.
No, sir.
Good. Now then, are you acquainted with aerodynamics?
Yes, sir. What kind of a kite do you fly? Flat or box?
Flat. I like a...
Try a box.
What do you mean?
I say that because theoretically four-plane surfaces versus a single-plane surface gives you a lifting potential far greater than...
Yes, but against that you have added weight, as I've worked it out mathematically.
The added weight, Doctor, when you consider the applied theory...
Yes, I know, my boy, but the theory of flight in heavier than aircraft presupposes that a split current of air...
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Well, I hope young Merton Savada will be all right now.
Oh, yes, Toddy, he was just lonely. And all alone bewept his outcast state.
That's all very well, my dear, but you know, Mr. Shakespeare really wrote that sonnet for lovers like you and me. Oh, I think of it often when in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in these thoughts, myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and that's you, Vicky. And then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings.
Thank you, darling. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin. The other players were Henry Blair, Gloria Gordon, and Barney Phillips. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Now, hear We the People over most of these NBC stations.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, B. Benaderet, Joe Kern, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as Pedro.
Pardon me for talking in your face, senorita. 30 days hacienda, April, June, and sombrero. I think.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-a-chop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It-Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, do you have a broken chair in your house? A broken table in your house? Anything that's housebroken? Well, don't try to fix it yourself. Don't ruin it. Bring it to Mel Blanc. Let him do it. Right now in the Fix-It Shop, Mel's uncle is talking to our hero's general assistant, Zookie. Zookie, come here, will you?
Well, I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
What time is it, Zookie?
Well, according to me and my clock, it's I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Well, because by the time I tell you what time it is, it's some other time.
Come on, Zookie. Here come Mel and Betty. Let's get out of here.
Look, darling, don't you see the Fix-A-Chop will never amount to a thing as long as you let your Uncle Rupert and Zookie live with you.
Well, gosh, honey, I have to let them stay here.
Well, why can't that uncle of yours go to work?
Well, he's still weak from his overseas shots.
Overseas shots?
Yeah, he got him in 1917. He spent 6 months in Pierre's Bar and Grill in Paris. 20 shots a night.
That I can almost believe.
Oh, that's right. The last time he saw Paris, he didn't see it so good.
Oh, Mel, why don't you try to be serious about business?
Well, I try.
And another thing, do you realize that we have been engaged now for 5 years?
Gosh, our wooden anniversary.
Don't you think we might begin toying with the idea of getting married?
Oh, now, honey, you know I've been working on our nest egg.
Well, we're both getting old, the egg and I.
Well, yeah, but...
Mel Blanc, now this is what I'm talking about. Now, look at this birthday card my father got from the Eternal Life Insurance Company this morning. Now, why don't you do something like that? Why don't you try to build goodwill?
Okay. I'll send a birthday card to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Oh, Mel, that's wonderful.
And another thing, I'm going to talk to Uncle Rupert and put him straight.
Oh, darling, it's so good to hear you talk like this.
I'll tell Uncle. He'll just have to buckle down and loaf somewhere else. I'm sorry, Uncle Rupert, but that's the way it's got to be.
Melvin, my boy, I'm hurt. Haven't Zuki and I been everything to you?
Well, not exactly.
I haven't been everything to you?
No. That's why I want to get married. You can't even cook.
Well, anyway, my lad, let's not be hasty. I've got another idea. Why don't I go on living here and work for you?
Oh, but Uncle Rupert, I can't afford to pay you anything.
Oh, that's all right, nephew. After a while, you'll owe me so much money, I'll own the fix-it shop.
Well, yeah,
Then you can go to work for me until you earn enough money to get it back.
Say, both of us can make a darn good living like that for years. Now, wait.
Doesn't hit you, eh?
No. Uncle Rupert, you're not talking me out of this.
I see what you mean. Well, Melvin, this means the parting of the ways. I shall simply have to ask Widow Longnecker to marry me.
Oh, but you said yourself marriage is a serious thing. Are you sure Mrs. Longnecker's your type?
Why, of course Clara's my type. She's rich, isn't she?
Yeah, but you should marry for love.
Well, I love money.
But she's so long and lanky.
Melvin, my lad, when a lady is that wealthy, she's not long and lanky. She's tall and stately.
Well, have it your way. Now, will you send Zuki for those birthday cards?
Indeed, I will. Oh, Zuki, will you come here, please?
Well, I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
Nell wants you to go down to City Hall and get a list of people's birthdays.
Oh, people's yeah.
Then stop off on your way back and pick up some birthday cards in the 5 and 10.
Yeah.
Have you got that straight now?
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking for the
Young man! Huh? This is the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. We have records on everybody from the cradle to the grave. Records on men, records on women. Also Spike Jones playing the gypsy. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for the birthday, rockabye, Hey, I bet you was a beautiful baby.
Oh, yes, indeed I was. Why, my mother used to... Oh, so that's it. You're expecting a baby.
Oh, how could I have a baby? I'm not even married.
Well, you should have thought of that before. Marriage licenses are down the hall.
Hey, but I'm a confirmed bachelor. I don't believe in me. I'm put loose in fancy. Nobody wants me.
Now, make up your mind what you want. Our files are complete from the cradle to the grave. We have the cross index to ZY, countercross to AAL, and crisscross to YYZ, ending with the fiscal year MCM XLV. Now, what do you have?
Let me hear Spike Jones playing the gypsy.
I give up. Look, here's a list of everything we've got. You can take your pick.
Oh, thanks. Gosh. This printing is sure close to the paper.
Is that you, Zuki? It's about time you... Oh, it's you, Mrs. Longnecker. How are you today?
Oh, me. Another day, another dividend. The woes of wealth.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, it's so annoying. I was at the bank all day today.
You were?
Yes, the bank wants to borrow some money from me. But I'm not going to give it to them.
Why not?
They haven't paid the last loan I made them. they don't pay me back soon, I'll just have to foreclose. I get more darn banks that way. Oh, money, money, money. Think of it, Melvin. I'm just swimming in wealth.
What a beautiful way to drown. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Longnecker.
Yes?
Were you born this month?
Was I what?
Were you born this month?
Oh, of course. I'm just out doing a little shopping for my mother who's still in the hospital.
Well, you see, I'm sending birthday cards from the Fix-It Shop to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Well, what on earth for?
Oh, it's a great business idea. Make a lot of money so Betty will be proud of me.
Money. Doesn't that fiancé of yours realize the terrible things money can do to a human being? Why, just look at me.
Yeah, maybe I ought to warn her. Do you think that
my dear Clara, this is indeed a pleasure.
Well, I didn't come here to give you pleasure. What do you want, Rupert?
I wish I could tell you how radiant you are, my dear. How like a tall, stately sapling in the breeze. Yes, I wish I could tell you, but I don't have the words.
Well, considering you did it without words, it was okay.
Please, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity?
Oh, Melvin, I've quite forgotten what I came in for. I'm giving a reception tonight at the mansion, and I want you to come up and fix a loose floorboard on the front porch.
A loose floorboard?
Yes. Every time somebody walks into the house, the board comes up and slaps them in the face.
Gee, that's embarrassing.
It's even more embarrassing when they walk out.
Goodbye, Mrs. Longnecker. Well, Betty, all the birthday cards are mailed out.
Oh, Mel, I can't wait to see what happens.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if someday I have to use a velvet rope to handle the crowds in front of the Fix-It Shop.
Yes, honey.
Why, the Fix-It Shop will become a household word. You know, like Drano.
Yes, honey. Can I see one of the cards?
Oh, sure. Here.
Oh, they're pretty. Let's see, it says, best wishes on this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
Yeah, natal day. That means birthday. I looked it up.
Now, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
Behind this little flap on the card. Look what it says.
Oh, I didn't notice any flap.
It says, I hope the gift I'm sending you under separate cover will brighten this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
That means birthday.
Oh, Mel, what did you do?
I looked it up.
Don't you realize what this means?
Oh, yeah. It means I've got to get 98 birthday presents for all the people I sent cards to. Oh, if I don't, they'll never come near the Fix-It Shop.
And you were going to keep the crowds back, with a velvet rope, no less.
Well, I can still find use for the velvet rope.
For what, for instance?
Well, not everybody can afford to hang himself with a velvet rope.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think, he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Snooky, come here, please.
Yeah, okay. Don't take a chance with your every romance.
Oh, Mel, I wish I could think of some way to help you.
Gosh, Betty, what am I going to do for presents for those people? I've thought of everything.
Well, it's no use worrying about it now. I guess something like this could happen to anybody.
Yeah, but it always happens to me.
Oh, Mel.
Betty, you know you're the only girl in the world for me, don't you?
Am I?
You're the only girl who'll have me. And you're so pretty, too. You know, every morning I think of you while I'm shaving.
I'm glad.
Sure. I look in the mirror and I say to myself, gosh, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. You're so sweet and I'm such a worthless, brainless, shiftless, stupid... Gee, aren't you going to interrupt me?
Oh, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right. The world always has an opening for someone like you. You just have to find it.
What do you mean, find an opening? Look at the hole I'm in now.
Melvin, my lad, your troubles are over.
What do you mean, Uncle Rupert?
In this big package, you see 100 beautiful boxes of candy. They'll make 100 most appropriate birthday presents for the people you sent the birthday cards to.
Hey, that's swell, but where did you get them?
It so happens I ran across a dear old friend today, one Harry Greenspiegel, who now owns the Ace Novelty Company.
Yeah?
Ah, good old Greenspiegel. Used to be a fellow vendor in a barbecue house in Hoboken.
Uncle Rupert, I never knew you sold things in the burlesque house.
Huh? Oh, purely educational. Photographic knowledge for gentlemen who never went to college. Postcards, to be exact.
Postcards?
Oui. Ooh la la.
Uncle Rupert.
Oh, inspirational views of the Eiffel Tower. Well, let's get these boxes in the mail.
Say, I'll be doing better than the life insurance company. They only send out birthday cards to customers.
The cheapskates.
Yeah. I'll be sending bonbons by Greenspiegel. De Paris. I guess this'll show people in this town this isn't a melon I have for a head.
That's right, Melvin. You've got brains in that melon.
Uncle Rupert, it was nice of you to get that candy for Mel.
You know me, Betty. Unselfish to a fault.
Yes. Well, anyway, I don't understand it. We mailed that candy out 2 days ago, and we haven't received one thank you note. Not even a phone call. Oh, look, here comes Mrs. Longnecker.
Ah, maybe this is my chance to win her hand. The one that signs the checks. I have just one box of candy left. I'll try it on her and see how she likes it.
Well, good luck to you. I'll leave you two alone.
Ah, Clara, my dear.
Hello, Rupert.
So glad you dropped in.
Now, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
But, Clara, I have a beautiful gift for you.
A gift for me? Oh, how nice, Rupert.
Yes, a box of French bonbons, direct from Paris, made by my very good friend, Monsieur Greenspiegel.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it's quite all right. A gift for the fairest of the fair. They come to you untouched by human hand. Greenspiegel wrapped them himself.
Well, I must open them immediately and try one.
Try one of the peanut clusters.
Oh, but these are not peanut clusters. These are ordinary peanuts.
If I'd known you were coming, my dear, I'd have clustered them myself.
Yes. Well, no, I think I'll try one of these caramels.
Mmm! Delicious, aren't they, my dear? Stop jumping up and down, Clara. What the devil's the matter with her?
Hey, Uncle Rupert, what happened to Mrs. Longnecker?
Maybe she hasn't learned how to use her new upper plate.
Learn? What does she do, take lessons? Hey, what happened anyway?
Hold on. What's this inside the candy box?
What? Oh. Ace Novelty Company's #1 joker. Be the life of the party. Treat your friends to Sure Pucker alum candy.
Oh, no.
Oh, 50 mirthquakes to a box. Laugh yourself to death.
There's been some mistake, nephew.
Oh, some mistake is right. I can just see 98 people chasing me down the street, all of them yelling, "Kill Mel Blanc! Kill Mel Blanc!"
Mel, take it easy. Take it easy. What are you doing?
Can't you see? I'm laughing myself to death. Laughing! Gosh, I feel awful. Gosh, if only one of those people we sent the candy to would say something. If they'd only do something, why don't they?
It takes a little time.
A lawyer. Gee, I bet they could send me to the state penitentiary for doing this to people.
They can't send you to a state penitentiary, Melvin.
Of course they can.
Using the mails to defraud is a federal offense.
State penitentiary and federal prison. You know what I'll have pinned on me? A two-way stretch.
Now, don't be silly.
Hey, the mailman is coming. Oh, he's got the loads of mail. Hey, you better leave by the back door, Mel.
Yes, nephew, run for the hills.
No, Uncle Rupert. I'm going to face the music.
Well. Quite a bit of mail for you today, Mr. Blank.
Wait. All those boxes. It's the candy we sent out.
And those are all the birthday cards.
Here, let me see. Hey, they all read the same way. Listen. Return to sender. Addressee deceased.
That means dead. I looked it up.
Huh?
Say, Mel, I think I know what happened.
Well, I wish you'd tell me.
Don't you see? Zuki got the wrong list down at City Hall. Instead of birthdays, he got the names of people who passed away.
Oh. Then I'm safe. Nothing happened.
That's right, and you can thank Zuki for that.
Gosh, yeah. Gee, you saved my life, Zuki. I could kiss you.
Hey, you can't kiss me out. Don't you dare. Don't you. He did.
Well, we'll be back in the Fix-It shop in just a minute for a Zookieism. What's a Zookieism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the air to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite an experience with those birthday cards. You know, Zuki, I like to feel that you learned something from it.
Yes, Zuki, everything has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, to tell you the truth, I learned that anything worth you must keep your nose to the grind. You gotta keep your nose to the grind. I learned that. It sure pays to be ignorant.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little, Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Rhine.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather that quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brilliant baritone, the Salopatiker singers, the songsmiths, and as our guest artist tonight, the brilliant star of so many Broadway successes, Miss Norma Terrace. Put these all together, and you have an hour of smiles, started auspiciously by Lenny Hayton and his Itana Troubadours, plus the Salopatiker singers. The number, Over Somebody Else's Shoulder.
Lady Biddle Biddle, London society figure, arrives for Easter parade.
How do you do? How do you do?
Shall I take your luggage, Lady Bitty Bitty?
Definitely not. I shall carry my own luggage. My ancestors were Scotch, you know.
What are you most anxious to see here in America, Lady Beebe?
Easter morning on the White House lawn. They tell me you Americans lay eggs in the grass, so I say...
Harvard returns Handsome Dan, Bulldog mascot, to Yale. Tidwell Flunk, Yale senior, welcomes Handsome Dan.
Harvard is guilty of dog napping, my friends. We knew that Handsome Dan wouldn't stay in Harvard after he'd had a taste of Yale. Some colleges are going to the dogs, but with Yale, it's vice versa. Got a cigarette?
How about you, Handsome Dan? Which is your favorite college? The Blase News presents the newsreel scoop of the year. The holders of the winning sweepstakes tickets. Mrs. Bedelia Flush, scrubwoman, wins $200,000.
Folks, I'm going to keep right on scrubbing. All I want is a new bucket and a kind word.
Miss Samantha Prune, spinster, third prize, $100,000.
I don't know what I'll do with the money. At my age, money ain't much help. I'm too old to have any fun, and I'm too tired to go places. Oh, dear.
Mr. Axel Swanson, window washer, wins $500,000, consolation prize.
Yes, I've earned the money. I've been washing the drugstore window for 30 years. I'm sick of looking at it. I often thought what I would do to the window if I had money. Or now, by jumping Yimini, I'm going to do it.
This news service will be brought to you each week, ladies and gentlemen. And so then, for all the news that's fit to hear, don't miss our Blase service. Last week, you remember, Ted Webb sang Wagon Wheel. Well, sir, everyone was so enthusiastic about the number that I know you will be happy to welcome him again at this time. Ted is here without his wagon tonight, but taking a step forward in locomotion, his song is Going to Heaven on a Mule. Repeat. Thank you, Miss Ferris. Now, from time to time, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is customary for a master of ceremonies to say something in his own behalf. It's sort of hard for me to do, really, because I'm kind of bashful. You may not believe this, but at the recent flower show, I entered a shrinking contest on Violet Day, and I won first prize. I still don't know what the prize was, as I was too bashful to go up and get it. But I would like to say a few words about this program. It is made possible by two famous products of the Bristol-Myers Company, Sal Hepatica, and Ipana toothpaste. And in this respect, selling two products in one show, the program is an unusual one. Later on, we're going to tell you a few important facts about each of these products, and I will appreciate it if you will give these facts the same attention that you give the other parts of our Hour of Smiles. But Lenny Hayton and his Ipana troubadours are waiting to play that pleasant romantic number from one of Broadway's successful shows, Roberta. Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Lenny himself at the piano. And now it is time for my little show, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are going to take you back to Judge Allen's court once again. While we pause for a moment for you to hear from your station announcer, I'll sweep out the court and be waiting for you on the bench. Court will open in just a minute, so don't go away.
Judge Allen's chambers? Yes, he's here. It's the governor.
Hello. Yes, Govey. Now listen, I can't cut expenses down any lower. No, I've reduced my juries to 4 men, giving them each 3 votes. To save time, I'm only hearing one side of each case, and I put a taxi meter on the patrol wagon so we could charge them for the ride. All right. I'll stop sending people to the chair so we can save a little electricity. Okay.
Say, this court's starting to look like the poorhouse.
What are you squawking about?
Well, I'm getting sick of getting my salary in canned salmon.
Well, I can't help it. The last prisoner broke into a fish market. I find him what he had. If somebody robs a bank, I can pay you off in money.
Court's ready, Judge.
Be right in. Hand me my robe, please.
Yeah, there's a big hole in the back of it.
I know. I've been sitting on a tax case and taught.
Here's your bean blower.
Oh, yes. I'll have a little fun with the district attorney. Let's go.
Rise, please. His Honor, Judge Allen.
Good morning, figurehead.
Good morning, violators. Are you ready for a taste of justice?
We're not guilty.
Order, please.
Fellow witness, the time has come to strike.
Order here, Lummox.
The pretzel makers want longer curves and shorter hours. The pretzel barons are leaving on crooked doors. What are we getting? Nothing.
A minute, here.
To whom are you talking to whom?
I'm talking to you, to whom? Do you know where you are?
Ain't this the mayor's office?
No, this is Judge Allen's court.
Oh, excuse me, Judge. I got to get a contract to start a demonstration in the mayor's office.
Well, it's 3 doors down.
Okay, no hard feelings, Judge. Come on, Whitey.
Next case.
Willie Willie versus Buster Willie. Separation.
Hi, baby. Wait, this whole thing is a laugh.
Quiet, young man.
Listen, Judge, I can't live with this guy another minute.
She's only kidding, Judge. How about the next dance?
Quiet.
He's impossible. I want a separation.
On what ground?
On wet grounds, Judge. She's trying to slip me a rain check.
He's never been the same since he sent away for that book.
What book?
How to be the life of the party.
Oh, boy. They laughed when I blew up my bagpipes, but when I played Stormy Weather.
Quiet. So you're the life of the party, eh?
You tell him, Judge. You've had your trial.
Keep quiet.
Ah, now don't get hot under the collar, Judge, because smoke gets in your eyes. Oh, wow.
Why don't the separation, Judge?
I'll say, and plenty of alimony, too.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, Judgy, we're here today and gone tomorrow.
Not you, my raucous friend. You're here today and gone the same day. Take him away, boys.
Okay, Judge, come along.
Well, so long, Molly. Goodbye, Judge. Call me Sardine, boys. They're taking me away to the can.
Order here. Next case.
Vivian Dore.
Charges?
Impersonating a movie star.
Well, what transpired, Vivian?
Oh, I want to be alone.
Well, if you think I'm going to empty the courtroom for you, you're crazy.
I want to be alone.
How was she impersonating a movie star, clerk?
She was giving away autographs on Broadway, blocking traffic.
Fake autographs, eh? Why, that's forgery.
I want to be alone.
Don't worry, Vivian. You will be. 3 months in solitary confinement.
like Peggy Joyce.
Yes, Judge. Miss Curdle told Papa that.
Was Papa interested?
Oh, no. He said that Miss Curdle had a map that only Rand and McNally could love.
I get it. Now, do you know Dr. Plastic here?
I'll say he lifted my Aunt Lily's face. It was awful.
What happened to Aunt Lily?
Well, she had freckles on her neck, and the doctor lifted her face so high, she had spots in front of her eyes.
Mm-hmm. Did she want to be a Peggy Joyce, too?
No, she just wanted to have a plump face.
Well, did the doctor build it up?
I'll intimate that he didn't have enough skin to cover her nose.
Ooh, and what happened?
Well, the doctor took some skin from her right thumb and used that.
Did it come out all right?
Oh, it's swell for breathing, but every time she goes hitchhiking, her nose keeps jumping to the right.
Oh.
Yes, the very same thing happened to me, Judge.
Same thing happened to you, really?
Exactly, except my nose wants to sit down.
Oh.
That's terrible, Miss Curdle. Does your skin feel tight, too? Does it? Every time I lift my arms, my toes curl up.
Order. Wait a minute now. Nobody's skin could be that tight.
It could, too. My Aunt Lily's skin won't stretch at all. When she shuts her eyes, her mouth flies open.
Why, she's found perpetual motion and doesn't know it. What kind of a doctor are you, Plastic?
None of us is perfect, Judge.
Well, we won't be if you keep on operating.
I guess he's just a chiropodist who worked his way up.
Well, he's gone too far. You want damages, Miss Curdle?
No, I've got all the damages I want. I need repairs. Can't the doctor put her face back again?
How about it, Doc?
I'm pretty good at jigsaw puzzles.
Yes, Judge, he got my Aunt Lily's ears in place.
Fine. All right, Dr. Plastic. If you'll unbeautify Miss Curdle here, she'll drop the case.
Yes, if I can only chew my food without getting my lips in my eyes, I'll do anything.
Okay. Case dismissed.
Do you need me for any more cases?
No, you can go now. Say, I just noticed, isn't that coat a little too big for you?
I'll intimate. I had to borrow it to come to court.
Why?
Well, the summons said you wanted me to appear in Miss Curdle's suit, and this is it.
I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Next case?
Wilbur Gruff, hit-and-run driver.
Wilbur, you're charged here with running over a Mr. Cannon with a loaded truck. Have you anything to say in your defense?
Your Honor, I didn't know it was loaded.
Case dismissed.
The Crank Streetcar Company.
Defendant is ready, Your Honor.
And the plaintiff is ready, Judge Mansell.
Yeah, are you Henry Coy?
No, sir. I'm Oliver Wendell Pinkbaum.
Oh, his lawyer, eh?
You shot it, my buddy. Also on the side, I'm selling a little real estate and insurance.
Quiet, Pinkbaum.
Your Honor, as attorney for the streetcar company, I demand that we proceed with this case.
Don't rush me, kiddo. I'm winning this case nolle pronto.
Here. Proceed. Henry Coy is suing the streetcar company for $50,000 damages.
Judge, I will proving that the streetcar crippled my client for life, possibly even longer.
And I will prove that this case is just a cooked-up tissue of lies.
Here, no recriminations, please. Call your first witness.
Mr. Edward Bells, take the stand.
Right here, Judge.
What do you know about this case, Mr. Bells?
Well, Judge, I'm a motorman. I was driving me streetcar along in neutral when I seen a man lying on the tracks. So I jams on me brakes and comes to a stop.
Did your car hit the man?
No. Your Honor, it never touched me.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Pinkbaum.
Thank you. I'll grill him like a frankfurter. And now, Mr. Bells, you are also collecting nickels for a streetcar company, ain't it?
Well, yeah, some of them is for the company.
You hear that, Judge, my friend? He's robbing the company.
One crime at a time, Pinkbaum. Stick to this case.
Okay. Mr. Bells, as you was driving the streetcar, where was you looking?
Well, I was sort of admiring the scenery. I'm a great lover of nature.
You are also a great lover of whiskey.
That's a bare-faced lie in the face of it.
You were drunk. As pickled as a pig's foot.
Order, please.
Your Honor, I could smelling the whiskey on him a block away. It was my favorite brand, 5-Star Ginsburg.
Your Honor, I never touched a drop.
I could prove it. I got witnesses. I was there myself.
You were there. What were you doing there, Pinkbaum?
Judge, believe it or not, I was waiting for a streetcar.
Mr. Bells, had you been imbibing a little too freely?
No, sir. I signed the pledges of youth.
Tut. I'm no prude, my good man. Now, you had a noggin or two, didn't you? Mr. Pinkbaum here says he has witnesses.
Certainly he's got witnesses. When I got off the streetcar to see what that guy was laying on the tracks for, this lawyer pulled out a bottle of whiskey and he spilled it all over me.
A capitalist,
Then
eh?
he calls the crowd over to smell me.
Where's the plaintiff, Henry Coy?
He's here, Judge, old sidekick. Wheel him in, boys.
Oh, look at that. What is that, huh? He's in bad shape, isn't he? Take it easy, Mr. Coy.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Oh.
Keep your upper lip stiff, old hang-cold soldier. You're getting a pretty penny for this.
Now, Mr. McCoy, just tell us through the bandages there what happened to you.
I don't know, Judge. I was walking up Main Street, and all of a sudden I slipped on the icy sidewalk and fell. Oh, that's all I remember.
Did you say Main Street? Why, this accident is supposed to have happened on Broadway, 2 blocks from Main Street.
Your Honor, don't listen to him. He doesn't remember what happened. Ever since the accident, he's been suffering from magnesia.
Your Honor, I can clear this up very quickly. Mrs. Helen Fine, take the stand.
Yes, sir. I saw the whole thing.
You're sure you saw this man fall on Main Street?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mrs. Fine, tell the judge what happened when Mr. Coy fell.
Well, this Mr. Pinkbaum here picked him up and dragged him 2 blocks to Broadway.
Yes.
Then he threw him on the car tracks and jumped up and down on him.
Pinkbaum, I'm beginning to smell a rat.
It's only a mouse, Judge O'Connor, just a mouse.
Come clean, Pinkbaum. What was the big idea?
Well, Judge, I'm no piker, but I'm bringing to you an accident case. My pal, I'm making it a good one.
Sure, send him in.
Who is it?
A couple of reporters.
Oh. Hello, boys.
Judge, you got to give us a story on your portable court.
Are you closing up here?
No, boys, but business is terrible.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going out and catch people committing crimes. I'll try their cases on the spot and freeze out the middleman.
That's a great idea.
I'm starting out now. Come on, clerk. So long, boys.
Good luck.
Judge.
Say, listen, where are you going to find the crime?
Just keep your eyes open. We'll find them. Say, it's a gorgeous night out for crimes, isn't it?
Yes, well, Say, Judge, look. There's a couple spooning in that car parked over there. Is that against the law?
Is it? Here's our first case.
Oh, boy. Here's your Bible and gavel.
Well, never mind the Bible, but keep that gavel handy. Maybe a big fella. Let's go over.
We'll sneak up on them, eh?
Easy now.
Oh, Cecil. Oh, your kisses thrill me. I love only you.
And I adore you, Mrs. Daly, more than I can ever.
All right, you two. Break up that clinch.
Oh, good heavens, my husband.
No, it ain't your husband this time. It's Judge Allen. Hear ye, all you people.
Court's open, young man.
Well, you want.
I fine you $10 for parking near that fire plug.
Oh, for goodness sake, pay him, Cecil, and take me home. I'm a nervous wreck.
Oh, here's your $10.
Thank you. Let's go, clerk.
I told you we should have
Hey,
gone.
Judge, that was a cinch.
Yes, we should have started this thing weeks ago.
Yeah.
Keep your eye peeled now.
Say, wait. Look at that suspicious-looking fellow in the doorway over there.
Say, he's a tough-looking bird. Maybe we can get him for vagrancy or something.
Yeah, let's go over.
All right, you go first and open up the court.
Okay. Hey, you wait a minute.
What ain't you? Grandma put you...
Here. Give an account of yourself by my uncouth mammoth ruffian.
Another crack like that and I'll smack you.
Well, that'll cost you $10 for contempt of court.
Yeah, and you better pay it, mister. He's Judge Allen.
Wait a minute, I don't get this. What's the racket?
It isn't a racket. Here's my card. Now, instead of hiring a lawyer when you commit a crime, you deal direct with me.
Oh, I get it. You're a judge, and you're out drumming up business for yourself.
That's right, and I'm his clerk.
That's swell. I'm just going to rob that jewelry store across the street. Will you take the case? I won't be a minute.
Well, all right, but it'll cost you plenty, mister.
Oh, that's all right. Maybe you can do something for me sometime. Come on, I got to jimmy the door.
Can we help you in any
No,
way?
I'll handle it. Stand back.
Well, let me hold your hat, will you? That looks like a tough door, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I'll open it.
Say, why don't you try this crowbar?
No, I'll get it.
How about this steel chisel?
Say, will you quit your kibitzing?
Let him do it his own way, Judge.
All right.
There she goes.
Oh, goody, it's open.
I'll be out in a minute, boy.
Say, he certainly is a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes, well, gosh.
quiet. Here comes a cop.
Those two ladies seen us. Hey, you all, what are you doing there?
Why, hello, officer.
Well, if it ain't Judge Allen. Got a date with a dame, eh? You old lady killer. Well, so long, Judge. Lots of luck. Oh, boy, gee, that was a close one.
Yeah, we don't want him chiseling in on this.
Okay, fellas, it's a swell haul. Now, Judge, what's the fine?
How about $1,000?
Sure, here you are. And here's 50 more for court.
Oh, thank you, my good man.
You know, I'm beginning to like you, Judge.
Isn't that funny?
I think I got another proposition for you.
What is it?
How much would the fine be for pulling a holdup?
Well, for you, a good customer, $400 net.
It's a deal. Here's your $400.
Oh, thank you. But you haven't held up anyone yet.
No, but I'm going to. Stick 'em up.
Oh, now, here.
No, you
Oh, now, here, you sub. Stop it, here. Oh, you're choking me, here.
Give me back that dough.
Help, please, help.
Stay on the right side, sister, stay on the right side, sister, stay on the right side.
And now, Mr. Allen's question box.
Well, the question box is all of a scurry, ladies and gentlemen. And this postcard marked Annie doesn't live here anymore comes from Mr. Irving Barco at Albany, New York. Mr. Barco says, quote, I am the owner of a high-class beer and pretzel emporium. Every night I find it necessary to throw out obnoxious patrons who disturb the deluxe atmosphere of my joint. Lately, I seem to be losing my grip. Last night, in attempting to bounce a tenor singer, I was greatly embarrassed to find myself sprawled akimbo in the gutter. What can I do? Unquote. My own background has made me especially qualified to help you in your dilemma, Mr. Barco. The art of bouncing a roisterer or rowdy from a public tavern is an ancient one. It is called giving him the mendicant's incentive, or the bum's rush. In 42 B.C., one Marcus Libidinus, a wise guy in the Roman Senate, introduced this method to rid the premises of left-wingers. In the days of King Arthur, the heavy armor caused the Roman method to become unpopular. But with the appearance of the pantaloon and the buffoon early in the 15th century, the bum's rush returned to favor. For your purposes, Mr. Barco, I would recommend heartily the following technique. With the right hand, firmly grasp the person guilty of the hijinks. Pretend to help him on with his overcoat. When you are once in position, say to yourself, away we go, and give him the works. When ejecting married couples, the lady takes off first, and the husband joins her on the sidewalk immediately after. If you feel you are really losing your grip, send for my pamphlet, The Art of Bums Rushing, and you will soon get a good hold on yourself. Get it? Mr. Barco. If you, too, have a problem weighing you down, ladies and gentlemen, why not send it to me on a postcard? And I shall be happy to take it off your hands, even as I have taken these drones from Mr. Barco's hands tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Ipana, night, spelled Salapati. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
Mr. Bartender, is my father in there?
Get away from them swinging doors.
Weather report.
March will go out like a lamb.
Stock market advice.
Hold on to your rubber checks for a long pull.
And music.
Every girl and young woman in the United States will want to hear this program next Wednesday night, April the 4th, because that's the night when the makers of Ipana toothpaste are going to announce the complete details of a dental charm contest. Winners of the first 3 prizes will receive free trips to the Chicago World's Fair this summer. And the first prize winner will be the official dental charm girl of the Century of Progress, 1934. Hear the Hour of Smiles again next week for the inimitable comedy of Fred Allen, or the superb music of Lenny Hayton and his band.